Hello, everyone. We gotta jump into this. Bit late, but we got one weird-looking game happening. It is Mana, who is down a game, actually, versus a guy named Lemon, which I don't know very much about. But this guy has one gate expanded, just not quite where you think he would expand. Over on that gold base, Mana is cheesing. Proxy Robo coming at a person who has a shield battery, a force field, and otherwise one gateway. About to have an immortal too, though.
Resubscription received.
So not all bad, I suppose.
Right,
but definitely curious. Definitely a curious game here. I don't know what's going to happen. My gut says that
right,
Mana is the one that's supposed to win, but I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I thought I heard a recall, but I don't. Oh, on the probes, of course. Yeah. With the proxy hidden, rather, Nexus, you do get that recall over there, which Mana didn't see. Mana doesn't know about. Clearly, Lemon now knowing that it is a proxy robo, although he didn't technically see it, sees the warp prism, and probably had a good idea of it too. It's actually possible that Mana did the same thing in a previous game and it didn't work, and that's why he's down a game. But that pylon was alone, wasn't it? And yeah, a little dangerous to go up that ramp. Force fields are still available. A warp prism, though, now available to save the day. So, not too bad. But we do need a little more here. We do need a little more from Mana. Mana might be thinking, okay, I can win this. I can play from this because this guy's locked in. One base to one base. Perhaps he could eventually expand and then try and defend his natural with a couple of shield batteries against Lemon's eventual, all-in attempt. That happens all the time, actually, in these one base versus one base scenarios, where you think that you've gotten kind of like the least amount you could do. Obviously, the best you could do with the proxy robo is win, but the least you could do is make sure they don't get their nexus up. Well, it should be a little weird that Lemon didn't even try to get a nexus, as far as I saw, anyway. I was trying to get all the doodads up and whatnot for the stream. But, I mean, I don't think there was a pylon on the low ground. Obviously the Nexus wasn't being built. And that should be a little suspicious. But I don't think Mana actually picked up on that. Considering that it was a one gate. But maybe he's thinking, okay, this guy one gated, but then actually knew that I was going to cheese him. So, of course, he didn't even bother trying to go for the Nexus. But it's bad news for Mana, for sure. Mana actually might be out of this open cup very quickly. One immortal does get very low warp prism without the shields, but now we got Lemon's other attack. The rest of the army coming up, looking at that pylon, which is a lone pylon. The rest of the pylons went over here, which is almost like Brood War SimCity, honestly. Like it's going to defend against a bunch of vultures. But it's not, and might want to have that extra pylon up there. Seems like Mana is comfortable enough, but again, remember, he thinks that this is one base versus one base, so this would be comfortable enough if it was truly one base to one base, but it's not. Lemon is happily mining full saturation over on that gold, and Mana has no idea. The biggest tells would have been earlier on in the game. I think at this point, there's nothing that really screams they have a second Nexus. Obviously, when they don't deplete their army, they keep replenishing it after all these scuffles, you're going to be a little sus. You're going to be like, how is he continuing to replenish all these units? And I'm not able to afford quite the same, but that's going to take a little while. Yeah, Mana's pretty screwed even. Oh, he saw the Nexus, okay. Something saw the Nexus. I totally missed what saw the Nexus, but he does go over. Lemon actually might not have noticed that Mana saw the Nexus. Funnily enough, tries to transfer those oversaturated probes back home and gives another reveal, but again, it was already revealed. Lemon did not know that. That's why he went for the transfer. Now his army a little out of position, but not the worst. Certainly going to be here in time to save the Nexus. That's 3 immortals, but only space for 2 of them in the warp prism. Mana's got to give up 1 or give up his entire army. Definitely just give up the 1. Adept come back in kind of uselessly, and Mana knows that he's out of luck. This has been way too mined. I don't know how Mana plans on getting out of this one. Oh, okay, killing the Warp Prism of Lemon might have done at least something. There might have been one last power spike for Mana if he had gotten his opponent's Warp Prism and 2 Immortals. But right now, there is no power spike that I can see. He went for a Twilight Council instead of a Robotics Bay. And the Robotics Bay could have given him Disruptors, and that at least would have been different. And that would have been something to try and maybe get that Hail Mary, but a Twilight Council doesn't give you a Hail Mary. The Twilight Council was certainly for the idea that this is going to go into, again, that one base versus one base scenario where maybe Blink could give you that mobility, give you that map control, obviously take down the Warp Prism that's harassing you. But now it's looking not quite useless, I suppose. We're getting Resonant Glaives, but I think that is just desperation. Deciding to eventually go into this kind of follow-up one base all-in Resonant Glaives, but that's going to hit at, what, 10 minutes? Yeah, that's desperate. that's not gonna work. A base trade is interesting, though. I mean, the base trade is the best chance, right? Mana manages to find his opponent's Immortal popping out, gets the kill on that one. Gonna go after the probes here, but it is a full-on base race. And one person has an additional Nexus and an additional 17 probes to spread around the map. So if a full-on base race, like literally I kill the last building was the plan here, it's going to be much more difficult for Mana to do that. And he does have his own proxies, I suppose. But that's it. That's all he's got. His main base is already being dismantled thanks to 5 Immortals. No, wait, even more than that. Holy shit. That is 7 Immortals. My god. About half of the army does get recalled over to the gold base Nexus, and that looks like it'll be a good enough recall, too. There was a bit of a chance that maybe the recall was subpar. And then you get an opportunity to take 50% of your army versus their 20% or something, but that didn't happen. Nothing to shoot up at that weakened Warp Prism either. It's just, once again, Mana forced to decide how he wants to save the remnants, and generally you're going to save the 2 Immortals. But the army supply is telling the tale here. Mana is out of luck. He's out of this open cup. Very surprising result. I did assume. I assumed it would be Mana versus Bjorn, and then I saw that Bjorn was facing Nice, and I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe not Bjorn. Maybe it could be Mana versus Nice, but I frankly didn't give any credit to Lemon. And obviously that was incorrect. Now that I'm thinking of it, I do feel like I've seen the name Lemon before, and there was a surprise with it, too. But oh, no, it's okay. Don't need to cast that one. But I didn't expect that. Anywho, trying to get my ducks in a row here. Thank you very much, guys, for all the resubs. Start things off. Happy 27th, yeah. Bayamlo, thank you for the 43 months. Panzer 80 for the 41. It is indeed my birthday. I am absolutely 27 years old. Still very far away from 30. When would that make me a 98 baby, I guess? I was totally born in 98. So we're going to cast Bjorn versus Lemon next, I guess. Except I actually have no idea what region Lemon is. Is he Korean? Because it kind of looks like he jumped over to Asia. Taiwanese? Okay. Well, I might have missed him then. He swapped over lickety-split. Oh, okay. Cool, I didn't miss him. Are you into tabletop games? Not really, honestly. I used to play a decent amount of tabletop games with my friends. back when I lived closer to friends, like physical distance-wise. But even then, we didn't play that many games. We played a lot of like the same games. So no, I'm not gonna get the new tabletop game. It's a pretty penny for something that is gonna collect dust in my closets because I don't have friends that live nearby. Offspring, thank you very much for the 76 months.
Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
You do not want to spend $700 on 40k minis? I do not. I'm not that type. And I just automatically assume I'll be bad at painting them, so I'm not even gonna try. That's the can-do spirit. See here. We can get some bets up now. We're in a fresh series. But I forgot that I was going to do that, and I closed Twitch. Brilliant. There we go. Assuming that it's, you know, going to last more than 10 minutes. I think that's a pretty safe bet in this matchup. We're on Persephone to start things off. It is Beyond in the bottom left and Lemon in the top left. I was playing. Usually it's a much higher for playing, much lower for observing. It's kind of in the middle that time. So Lemon surprises me by defeating Mana, but it was a PvP. Not to say the discredit Lemon being good at it, just that I do think that is going to be more volatile. TvP is less volatile, but TvP is also in a weird place where a lot of Terrans seem very uncomfortable with it. I know Clem has managed to beat those odds a couple times, but Beyond certainly seems to be a character who is struggling. Basically, when it comes to the open cups, these weeklies, I think we see the Terrans struggling a bit more. And then maybe when it comes to bigger tournaments, they're able to bring out longer series and different builds and prepare a little more, whatever it is. But when it comes to these open cups, it seems pretty tough for these guys. And Beyond certainly seems like he's been having trouble. But Beyond has that X factor, the ability to use whatever build he can think of, even one that's from 10 years ago. And then actually surprise, shock and all, a Protoss player who might be trying to just macro and get to that really good point of 3 base into Colossus, going on a 4th, push into, you know. Beyond knows that could be a problem and has done 2 base all-ins, for example, to stop that from becoming a problem. And they've been kind of effective, actually. Not so much against MaxPax, but against other Protoss, they have been effective. So that's what we're talking about right now. And that's the most important thing. And we do have, not a 2 base all-in, at least not yet, but we do have a different opener. So Beyond is changing things up. So he hasn't scouted at all, first of all, worth noting. Hasn't scouted at all, doesn't believe that Lemon's going to do something really cheesy. And it has been a while since I've seen any of these Protoss players do something really early game cheesy. So that seems right. But then even if it was a proxy gateway or, you know, a MaxPax, which we haven't seen in a while, the Marauder Slow would actually, I think, be able to save him. I think. I mean, it'd be tricky. You still have to, you know, micro really well and emergency respond, build a bunker, try and get this command center finished, you know, all that good stuff. But anyway, point is, Beyond did not scout his opponent, but then Lemon has not done much scouting of his opponent. He saw that it was a 1-Rex expand, said, okay, that's good enough. That's all I needed to see. And then, obviously, didn't get a secondary scout until just now. Did go for a Sentry Hallucination, but this is a very early, small attack. It's threading that needle perfectly between, you know, them scouting the 1-Rex expand and actually being early aggression, you know, before they actually get the hallucination in. So Lemon does not have a shield battery, and that would be what you would want. Force field also would have worked, I think. At least it would have bought some time, and he just missed the force field. That's unfortunate. Hallucination didn't actually see the army was already moving out after all, even though it saw the tech lab on the barracks, and that is the signal. Yeah, I just wasn't paying attention. I assume that was his plan. You know, the force field makes you have to go around this pylon, which would have saved the Stalker for a little bit longer. Maybe it still dies because the shield battery was very late. But we are talking about mitigating a small threat. This was never going to be game ending. Not with the amounts of stuff that you had. Literally, even the probes pulled against 2 Marauders and a Marine is not bad. But it, you know, what is it going to get? Is it going to get 3 probes? Going to get the Stalker? Is it going to get the Sentry? And it did get the Stalker and 3 probes. It's really not too bad, though. Whatever the initial defense was supposed to be or not, that's, I think, totally acceptable for the Protoss. What would have been worse is probably losing that Sentry as well. And then probably maybe like 6 probes. Yeah, that is possible. That is possible. But I don't know. Bjorn's early game, not the most important thing, I suppose. He did 1-Rex expand after all, so this wasn't a dedicated cheese, dedicated attack. Going into the 3 racks, but messing up the build ever so slightly. Probably not his most practiced build. He is getting quite supply blocked. And then the problem is that, yeah, the early game and it doing a tremendous amount of damage compared to, I guess, like how much it offered versus a little bit might not be what dictates this game. Tells you who's going to win, who's going to lose. But considering how long it takes Bjorn to do anything beyond that, as he waits for more bio, as he waits for the medevacs to actually pop out, that's what's really concerning. Is that there is nothing else that Lemon has to be concerned about. Knowing what build it was with the hallucination, he knows how late the medevacs are, and the Terran players aren't really going to do their first actual move out without those medevacs. 9 times out of 10, there are times where doing it is the clever thing to do, but yeah, a lot of the time you won't. So you just know you have so much time. I'm not sure this was unintentional, just because you can see the hallucination is almost out of time. So I'm not sure that was supposed to be a Colossus. C and X are very close to each other after all, and X is the Phoenix hallucination, but I guess it kind of got a scout. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Bjorn is moving out with the medevacs on the way, so this is his attempt to get there a little bit faster. The Observer is going to see the medevacs. It won't see the army, but there is already a decent amount built up back at Lemon's base. He did go for charge first, so this is very different here. Bjorn might not be expecting that. Now, there's a weakness to charge first. Absolutely, there is. But the benefit is that you do get a lot of charge lots. You do get a bunch. So we're going to try and get a surround here with the Zealots. Maybe a force field to help out, too. Not enough force fields, and that one wasn't even really that helpful. The Zealots, there's the weakness. They can be kited. The surround did not come down. The force fields did not press those bio up against the Zealots, and this is where the charge first looks a little weak. If you go blink first, well, you still want charge to be done by now, but yeah, it's problematic. If you do go blink first, there's a little bit more chase, there's a little bit more focus fire available. But unfortunately for Lemon, whether he went blink first or Zealot first, I think the ideal situation was to be more up against a shield battery, which he wasn't really able to do. You know, the Zealots do have to run out against that bio, and the bio does kite back, automatically taking you away from the shield battery.
Thank you for
But the timing, you know, ideally the Colossus comes out a little bit faster. The blink would have been done. I mean, if all these things could have happened, that would have been a no-brainer defense. As it is, we lost a good amount of Zealots. 24 Zealots. Jesus. That's a lot, actually. That's a lot. I mean, how much bio was killed? 22 Marines? Fairly inexpensive. And the 2 Marauders? Yeah, big difference in the resources lost. Big difference. Not sure I actually like that charge first. I think it works if Bjorn was willing to just go in, like, hands over his eyes, A move. You know, sure, then that might work, but yeah, that was an expensive loss. But it also was off of Lemon having those 3 bays set up really as quickly as you would want it to. Again, the early game damage wasn't really there, and I guess most importantly, the Colossus are now out without a direct counter. Viking number is not high after all. We are getting there with 4 medevacs still alive. 3rd CC is done, so 2nd starport could also be added on if that's what you wanted to do, but I don't think it's actually what a lot of people are doing now. Bio just needs to get a good concave and then hope the medevacs continue to live, which they have a higher chance of doing so because, again, Blink wasn't their priority, and if Blink's not the priority, Stalkers aren't the priority, so we just don't have a lot of Stalkers. You would want to increase that number, which Lemon is doing. Here they come. 15 Stalkers, because you do want to start targeting those Vikings, keep your Colossus alive, but then, yeah, also go after the medevacs. A lot of what makes the Terran eventually fall in this third base attack is them being overstimmed, draining the medevac energy. And so if they keep losing medevacs as well, then that is what they're really in trouble. I think that's the biggest difference we've seen over the last probably 2 years, actually. And then the additional balance changes and map changes over the 2 years, and people just kind of understanding that dynamic, I guess. It now seems so pervasive. I think it was like 2 years ago where I started to kind of note, like, well, this is becoming like a bigger problem that I remember talking about. Like, as a commentator, I don't think I was missing the medevac problem 5 years ago. I think there just actually wasn't as much of one. But at some point, the medevac energy became the highlight talking point for commentators. And because of the medevac energy, then, of course, how many bio units are in the red and yellow. But anyways, now most Protosses know that's kind of more of the goal here. They know that their army can still fall to a good concave of composed bio armies. And so they're going to avoid that first and foremost. But while avoiding that, while backing away into a choke and force fielding and buying more time, they're also keeping track now, I think, of how much the bio is injured. Is it now possible for me to take the engagement because you're just so freaking injured? I will say that generally at this point, MaxPax, who we do kind of look at as the best Protoss, probably would have had a couple more run-by attempts. We have Lemon more so just gathering up the army on the front lines. That is a lot of Zealots, 36 of them. But again, they are going up against a brick wall, and they can be kited. Colossus also going down really before they get a lot of shots in. This is, I don't think, very ideal. Byun, he stops microing, not because he gets lazy or anything else is really happening on the field here. He just realized that the Zealots weren't going to win. Now, should he have maybe kept kiting a little bit more? Maybe, actually. But I think that's why he stopped. He was just like, okay, the Zealots are going to die. They're gone. I'm going to win. And the farther I go back, the less I'm able to pounce on the rest of your army when you realize that you're fucked. So that's why he stopped, because he was like, I'm going to jump on the rest of the army, the rest of the reinforcements. But, I don't know, maybe he should have backed away a little more. The point still stands. Zealots, it's kind of difficult to win the game with them sometimes. Maybe this is fine, though. As we can see, the medevacs are all gone, and the bio is very overstimmed. In fact, where the hell is the rest of it? Byun at a very low supply. Lemon ditto, but Lemon has 5 bases, and Byun did not saturate his 4th. Too busy microing here. I don't know, maybe he was a little lazy. Oh. To me, that looks very intentional. But perhaps that was a mistake. This is one of those things where you go back into the resume from replay and you see what happens if he did microback just a little bit more for an extra 5, 6, 7 seconds, and see how much of his army is still alive and healthier for the follow-up engagements. But moving on from that point, we do have Byun barely holding on, but it's just so much Protoss. I mean, Lemon has not been winning in the resources lost since the first, big defense, I guess, the first move out from the Terran. But it doesn't matter. Jesus criminy. It's not the biggest differential, actually, but it's still a lot of blue. It's still a lot of blue. And the 4th base, still not being a planetary, means that Lemon could eventually just kind of swap over to the multi-pronged attack mode. Oh, you don't see that very often. Aw, the Immortal should have been more injured because of that. Oh well. It was left behind, and it does get taken down. As you can tell, by the way, I haven't really highlighted it, but Lemon did go in the triple robo with Immortal production, which is something that we did see Protoss experiment with, 2 years ago again, actually. But it can look really powerful. It can also look surprisingly weak, just because those Immortals do tend to get left behind. This army does have to, move around a lot. But if they are able to just stay behind this enemy, the Zealots and Jesus, the Lord of the Mines. Oh my god. And fire away, then they are effective. But that was not it there for the Zealots. The Widow Mines, they knew the Zealots would clump up like that. They're just waiting patiently in their own little clump, and so many Zealots died. Lemon, he's just too much of an eager beaver. He thinks he's going to win, and I'm not sure he is. The medevac count is back up. The healers are coming through. EMPs plus Widow Mines are really tearing these Zealots apart. The Widow Mines in particular is really, I think, something that Lemon kind of forgot about, maybe? Like, because the Widow Mines weren't really there for the initial, let's say, 10, 11 minutes of this game, and then now they're the highlight. There's still a couple of Widow Mines left over. More of them burrowing, in fact. Observer is prepared, so those two won't fire off, but there's more to go back into. Even the bunker would be helpful at this point. Not because that's a good sign for a Terran player to be pushed all the way back to a bunker in the natural, but if Lemon were to continue over-dedicating to this, which he's gotten dangerously close to, like, this might still be okay for Lemon, even though he is down 15 supply. It might still be okay just because he can hold on to this position, but all it takes is 1 foot too far in the over-dedication, and your proxy gateway's taken down. This proxy gateway's taken down. You're reinforcing all the way back at home. You don't have those powerful units, so suddenly your 5th base goes down. You realize, oh shit, I actually needed all 6 bases because he has taken the gold here. I actually needed all those bases to continue trying to trade out with you because my resource trade is abysmal. Like, that happens, I would say, all the time, although Protoss seems to be winning a little more lately in these open cups, but it does happen frequently. And if the bunker was the difference maker of Lemon over-dedicating or not, yeah, good thing you kept the bunker. It is finally salvaged, just maybe he went to the room, actually, like stop dividing his army, but it's not minerals that Bjorn needs, it's actually gas. He is managing to keep afloat, however, so he'll produce some gas-based upgrades and units, so it's not terrible right now, but he does need these gases, so he's, he's building them. 2 additional command centers as well, which when they're a little bit healthier also provide a little of that Sim City. Lemon never went over into that multi-pronged harassment style, which I think is the biggest thing missing. Like, I could see how Lemon thought he was going to win at some point, so I'm on his side to a certain degree, but hindsight 2020, I do think that it would have been better to just pivot into a more multitasking style, get a warp prism over it. What the fuck? How is the space up and just chilling as an orbital? Like, that, exactly. This is the greatest point. Like, a couple of Zealots would make Beyond not able to mine off of that. And Lemon is now horse blinder mode, not paying attention to anything in his peripherals. He is just entirely focused on the front, and I think he's missing a big opportunity. Because not only will he do direct damage, as the Vikings come over to respond to this, he's not only missing literal direct damage, he's missing all that indirect damage that comes with it, all the mess-ups that happen, because frankly, it is easier to send Zealots to a Terran than it is for the Terran to defend. And I don't think that has to be a controversial statement. I feel like most people agree at this point, but yeah, it requires a lot of effort. Oh, that was so close to... Well, I guess it never... There's a one-shot Marauders anyway, so it did almost kill 2 of them. But almost being the key word. Disruptors aren't really coming in clutch at this point, and there's so much bio. More Zealots are needed, but now they're going to be coming into a bio army that has collected itself up on the high ground, running away from the Disruptor. Easy peasy. 3-3 versus 3-3, by the way. The upgrade difference also, I don't think kicked in the time that Lemon wanted it to. There was a time where it looked like maybe he would have waited for 2-2 to continue his push, and he didn't. So there actually hasn't been that big of an upgrade difference at any point. I have been paying attention, which is critical because he is just trying to win with Zealots. The Zealots are tanking, and they are in range of the Colossus, which I know sounds like a weird thing to say, but that's kind of the important thing, right? The Zealots have a tendency to continue pushing that Terran back, and the Colossus are trying to catch up. In the very first fight on this side of the map, that's what happened, and the Colossus got almost no shots off. This time around, the Colossus are actually getting shots. The Vikings, I guess, just dwindled the number after killing that pylon. We got 8 medevacs. We do need to move over back into Vikings. That's exactly what Bjorn is doing. He does have 2 starports, as he has been able to get to all these bases, and it seems so unnatural. Like, this shouldn't happen. Lemon is missing, I think, a crucial part of this game, and that is harassment. He's making this look, I think, far too close. And there could be some discussion about how when you do move over more into harassment, that's, 12 Zealots that are not a part of this main fight. So maybe you miss that opportunity to finally get that clutch moment where you win, which he's been trying to do for the last 8 minutes. Okay, there is some argument to be made there. But I would say I am very confident, although I'm not nearly as good as Lemon, I am very confident saying that he should have sent some Zealots elsewhere. And the reason I'm so confident is because we watch MaxPax every single fucking week. And MaxPax would have done it, and we know that MaxPax would have never let this base up, would have never let a planetary protect it, he would have never let this base up. Hell, he probably would have stopped this base from coming up. And maybe he doesn't win the game as fast as Lemon thought he could, but that's okay, because he definitely would have won by now. So yeah, I'm going to be a little critical. You know, maybe I should be a little more positive and just talk about how well Byun is doing. But I can't, in my soul, I can't do it. Because I feel like we're missing just such gigantic parts of the game plan. Like, Byun is probably also shocked at how much he's been able to expand. Byun's probably just like, I can't believe I got away with this. This is amazing. Because he would be used to all these zealots, or at least half of these zealots, being sent elsewhere. And at this point, not only has he managed to get an economy, Byun that is, but he's also managed to develop more choke points and more defensive positioning. So it is getting worse as the game goes on for Lemon. He is still 8,000 resources in the hole. I feel like he's been a little less, than that sometimes, but it's been pretty bad for him on the resources lost. He's been able to expand, as much as he wants, but he's been spending so much money too. And I don't think... He can't keep doing this forever. There is a finite number of minerals on a map in StarCraft. Thank God, because if there wasn't, Zerg would probably dominate every game. And we're reaching that point. And never, at any point, did Lemon use this proxy gateway. Liberators have now arrived, which would make dealing with harassment a little bit easier. But in this case, because we're not getting any harassment, you can just send the Liberators forward to their main army. Which, yeah, absolutely causes a dilemma for the Protoss army. I think you're right. I think Lemon... Oh, no, Lemon does know about this bottom right base. He did check. He just not... He did see it when it was a planetary, I think, right? Yeah, so... It would require a bit more dedication to kill it than if he had scouted it as a command center, but he could. Because the other thing he could have done is added in DTs. Which I certainly wouldn't have minded. I think that would have been helpful. Medevacs are almost out of juice, surprisingly, despite a high number of them. There's just been so much moving and stimming around here. Liberator harassment could also now be a problem. Oh, big misclick! Oh, I'm not exactly sure what was supposed to happen there, but that was not it. Lots of the army being torn apart. Rocks, I guess, blocking what would have been the rest of the army, but they weren't even ready to go. Lemon gonna try and take another fight. The medevacs are without energy. The bio army is not getting healed up again, so this is possibly effective, but it's still not effective enough. The kiting is still good, using these angles to really get those zealots in a straight line, so they're less effective. Byun has double the bank of his opponent in minerals, and then I don't even know what the number would be. The quintupled, I don't know, in gas. Lemon does not have a solution. And this could be seen as a bit of a problem as Protoss players look at me complaining about how the Protoss isn't playing well, and they're like, Protoss is hard, and I'm like, okay, I know it's hard. But you could concede perhaps the idea that Protoss doesn't have as strong of a direct engagement army in the Supreme late game of this matchup. I would accept that argument. Even if they try to transition over into Stargates, that is a very, very slow, expensive transition that I would say doesn't work out very much anymore, and that's why we don't see Protoss try it. So you could concede that, but usually that's okay because there's so much of the map to expand to, and there's so many opportunities to go for these multi-pronged attacks that eventually the Protoss does whittle the Terran down before we get to the age-old problem of, okay, well, who wins in a straight-up battle, mano-a-mano? But we're at that point, and without the Disruptors hitting, which a couple of them did just right there, but without the Disruptors hitting, the Protoss army is probably not as strong. Liberator sieged up, EMP's ready to go, medevacs with more energy, Protoss army probably not as strong. But we are missing some things in this particular fight. Liberators are sieged up, but not that many, getting torn down as well. Medevacs are out of juice. Ghost, I don't believe, had a lot of EMPs. Might have hit one at the beginning. But that was why Lemon won that particular battle. Finding a Liberator on the backside as well is nice. SCV's pulled into this. Byun, this is a matter of just time buying, however. He does have the bank. And Lemon is the one that's running out of bank. So while this would, again, if it was 10 minutes ago, be this whole, like, okay, well, eventually the Protoss can win if he keeps doing this, that's not the scenario. It's as long as Byun doesn't get his production camped and take 5 Disruptor hits to the face, he will probably win this. We are getting some sturdier units, more dependable units. The Colossus are coming back in, and while they are more dependable than a Disruptor, their actual damage against Marauders in particular can be underwhelming. Disruptors shoot out their shots, 2 of them left over. Not really getting the best shots. Byun is no longer mining a whole lot. That is certainly worth noting. I'm talking a lot about how Lemon's going to run out of minerals. Well, Byun is as well. He does need this base up and running, but he has maxed out. He is at 2,000 bank. That is better than what Lemon currently has. Although Lemon is still mining more. So there are 2 bases. There's just literally off of 2 bases, I guess. Byun's down to, let's say, 1 base maybe in total. Super oversaturated every which way we look. Liberators do need to be a part of this fight. It looks like taking advantage of these chokes. Feels confident enough pushing the Bio Army in. I don't know about that one. Liberators may need to reposition here. Byun probably not even used to getting that many Liberators in a game in PvP nowadays. It's like, oh my god, I have 6 of them waiting. Yeah, we'll need to reposition, but I'm doing just like a negative Nancy today. I'm pointing out all their problems. You know, after you start getting bored casting the same well-done PvT, I guess you are gonna hone in more to why this doesn't look like a well-done PvT. But yeah, maybe I'm a little negative today. But the Liberator usage is not the best here, basically. We're not using them in all of the choke points. We're not using them to protect the bases in anticipation, which would be the ideal situation. And when we are chasing after the Protoss army, we're not exactly leapfrogging the Liberators super quickly, which I know is difficult. I don't do it. I can't do it. But you know, back when we saw more of these late games, I think we'd see them do it a little better. That was a little too aggressive, unfortunately. As soon as I'm like, yeah, you should bring those Liberators with them. Okay, that was a little too aggressive. A lot of Liberators did go down, but EMPs just blanketed the army right there. Vikings hitting free shots without going down. Now finally going down on that Colossus that did die. The Bio army completely healthy. The medevac starting to regain that energy. I totally forgot. Again, so few games go this late. I totally forgot Caduceus Reactor was a thing. Actually, a very good upgrade if you're going to go past, let's say, 14 minutes, I would say. It's one of those, after you got your 3/3, after you got your +2 ship weapons. I think it's very, very useful, so I am glad we're seeing that. Now, the command center will go down. I think we still might have 1 or 2 extra orbitals, though, so we can replace it. 3 extra orbitals, in fact. So still 5 bases in total, including the planetary. Lemon finally mining out of at least one of these bases that was perfectly saturated. We got SCVs being pulled into this because why not? You don't need this many workers. And Byun is really trying to find the end game here. 4 Liberators, don't know where exactly they are. 1 at least that he can drag back into if the fight goes wrong. And that is scary because if Lemon blinks into that, he's blinking into the entire army. SCV's going down, obviously, on the front lines. We're not even going to worry about SCVs anymore. 20 army supply difference. Equal upgrades. EMPs hitting the army first. Vikings taking care of that Colossus. And then Disruptors shoot their shot. That's when the Bio army is going to collapse. And I think we're almost at that point. Colossus didn't actually die, but the Disruptors, I believe, shot all their shots. So I'm not feeling comfortable moving after that army, though. Mule Drop's going to give Byun a lot of minerals in case this fight does go poorly. 30 supply difference now, favoring Byun. He is chipping away here. Lemon can't get the same kill time on his army. Whenever they have those momentary scuffles where their armies are close to each other for, let's say, 2 seconds. The Bio army is going to kill a handful of Stalkers. It's just, it's freaking powerful. The Stalkers, unless they're focus firing, are not going to get the same thing. So that's, I think we're seeing a lot of bleed off because of that. The Stalkers have to be just frankly a little more careful when they run up against the army. Yeah, so there, 2 or 3 Stalkers go down. I don't think a single Marauder went down, maybe a couple of Marines. Now we're getting a direct fight. Stalkers trying to take this on with the help of 1 Colossus that is near death. The Liberators might be able to take that out. That's saying something, because Liberator anti-air ain't what it used to be. Beyond really, really, really does not want to throw this game. He does not want to underestimate the Protoss's potential bank. We have seen almost no bank accumulation, really, from the Protoss. Just, so many fights have been happening. A 12,000 resource difference. So Lemon, I think his biggest bank might have been 1,000. But Beyond can't know that. And the amount of games that any of us have played in StarCraft, we're like, this guy's definitely poor. And then we try and win, and then, 18 Ultras pop out, and you're like, oh. It's numerous, right? So Beyond is absolutely respecting Lemon here. And Lemon is trying to use his last little bits of money wisely. He is literally mining out at these bases now. These were, 16. 4 minutes ago. Now they're down to 8 for saturation. They're going to be out soon. It'd be one of those games, actually, where if Beyond could, even mining it out with the mules might not have been a bad idea. Well, we didn't get to that point. And a lot of orbitals have died, so we're not going to do that now. Widowmine still helping out, too, by the way. That was the last Widowmine finally going down. The Liberator counts at 7 after the one died. We do have, I think, a better Bio army. I mean, it's Bio, Lib, Ghost, Viking. 4 Colossus is a decent amount of DPS, as long as they aren't concaved or surrounded. That is decent. I really don't mind it, actually. I think 4, when you think that they can't afford to replace Vikings, might be a good idea. 7 Vikings for 4 Colossus isn't exactly ideal for a Terran. Beyond is grabbing a couple more Vikings, though, so he's identified that. But if you were able to cull the Viking number, then 4 Colossus might, they might never die. Assuming the Stalkers can hold up against the Marauders long enough anyway. But with the Vikings are there, they are chasing after the Colossus, which at this point, the other problem here, the Stalkers can't stand and fight the Vikings. They're going to be slaughtered by the Bio, which means the Vikings basically got to push the Colossus back without killing them. The Colossus only affecting that battle in the last 2 seconds. Beyond finally pulls the trigger and gets the win. GG's. Yeah, that was that. That good. Beyond wins. We like it when Beyond wins. Although
received.
Lemon is definitely a very good player.
Right, Captain.
But I can't help but be a little negative here. I understand. Thank you for the 75 months. Like I said, after watching every week a Protoss player show so well how to manhandle a Terran player. And the Terran player is the one that has to think of something brilliant to try and stop that from happening, like an early game solution or a mid game solution. After watching so many PVTs that go along that way, watching one where a Protoss player refuses to harass, I mean, straight up refuses, I just can't not focus on it. So I sound like I hate Lemon, but it was a huge flaw. And, MaxPax might be the best at that, but any other Protoss that gets decently far, if Mono is facing a Terran, he would have done the same thing. When Geralt plays versus Terran, he tries to do the same thing. What are the Protosses are there? Wait, Hero, Hero would obviously do it too. And I think Lemon knows that. Before I come out too much like a Lemon hater. I think Lemon knows that was a possibility. I think there was a consistent, in-the-moment decision to try and win the game. Especially minute, 12 to 16. I think that was very legitimate even. It looked like Beyond might be on the ropes. Just a little more, a little bit more of a surround with the Zealots. I would win this. So I totally get that. But after that 16 minute, 17, whatever it was, I would say at that point, you see an orbital with a pylon off to the left. and you don't send zealots to it, that's just, I think, having invested too much in your initial idea. Just you know, being like, no, I will win this. No, shut up. No. That's my idea anyway. I mean, maybe Lemon really, I don't know, didn't think it was a good idea in any situation. Well, Beyond now up by 1 goes for a factory expand on Tokamak. Lemon in the bottom left. 1 get expand prior to CC actually. Sorry, German next score. I got into the habit of calling Cybernetic score a CC when I was doing my build order tutorials, you know, so just I didn't have to write Cybernetic score every time. But that's a little confusing because Command Center is also a CC. Thanks, guys, for all the happy birthday wishes. I got a donation. Hold on. Recall the scouting probe. Teu, $20. Thank you very much. Let's get CG effed up. I have no idea what casting, well, lit would be like. Probably very lazy. Very tired casting. Oh, that's 1 probe dead. Well done, Reaper. I don't know where to put you. Over here. Final decision. All right. So, once again, Lemon goes for that Sentry second, so he will have good scouting, which is particularly, I think, useful if you're going to go up to a factory expand. Hallucination maybe could have seen the Marauder attack on the way if it had gone towards the natural instead of the main first. It kind of got like an off-timing scout, I suppose. Either way, I don't think Shield Battery's done for that first game. But the first game also, like I said, it wasn't supposed to do really game-ending damage. Factory expand, if it is indeed an expand, first of all, could actually do truly devastating amounts of damage. So if this was a 1-1-1 or a proxy starport with Hellions about to show up, then that hallucination would have been able to tell that and give Lemon a heads up. As it is, this is the basic factory expand, the one that's not incredibly dangerous. 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. If you just let them into your natural, well, sure, that's bad. But this is something that Lemon was already prepared for. Shield Battery on the front to help the wall, but then also will help a little bit defending natural third dilemmas. And then even the Twilight Council going up on that front as well. So very quick and easy wall. Now these quick and easy walls, the ones where you use some important structures for, which gateways are important, of course, but even more important, they can be a vulnerability. In fact, a wall in general, whether it is gateways or other things, can be a vulnerability against tank pushes. And Beyond has been throwing out some kind of off-time tank pushes. A little Hellion drop. Only 2 Hellions, though, so they're not one-shotting. But the Reapers are also there, so that's going to take care of the injured probes. And then the medevac probably wants to get away. Should be able to. A boost is almost here. 6 probes already went down, and the medevac is going to escape without even boosting. I'd like that as a Terran player. Yeah. Which would be even better is if there was some type of follow-up attack. But I think we did get a scout on all of the gateways. And it is not a 2-gate Nexus. It is a 3 gates, which means trying to force an attack with your tanks across the map could go awry. It might not be the best decision. This wouldn't mind actually even was scouting for that 3rd Nexus in the horizontal position anyway. So, not the triangle. So I guess that Shield Battery would help more in like the... Well, nothing really. I guess if the 3rd goes down, then the Shield Battery would help. But the 3rd Nexus is intended to go down. Lemon actually did not invest a lot into Stalker production despite 3 gateways. 3 gateways might have been just for protection. And then you don't have to invest a lot. No Warp Prism either. which is just a personal decision for Protoss players out there. Yeah, MaxPax usually gets the Warp Prism. Heroes started to get the Warp Prism more often than not, I think, as well. But it's really not something you have to do. And Lemon seems fairly content just getting the good, safe scouting on his Terran opponent, deflecting whatever comes by, and then getting to that prime 3 to 4 base position for the attack. That does seem to be Lemon's highest priority, at least in this PvT, which is like the one PvT I've seen from him. So we don't know how else he would play. But so far, this series, get to the macro game, and then play out your Colossus push into overwhelming number of Zealots. Although this one was a little more typical because we did go blink first, not charge first. I wonder if he did expect like a medevac-less push last game. And that's why I went charge first. Anyway. 2 shield batteries on the way seems like to help out against harassment in the main, as well as, of course, 1 at the third. I don't know if I like that shield battery placement. It's kind of out in the open. I mean, it's still behind. I have this vision of it blocking a stalker or a sentry from retreating quickly, and that's what I'm thinking. But as long as it's helping the army that is on the front, as long as it's helping the Nexus that is on the front, blink forward to take care of the tanks. Tanks are a little confused, but still getting shots off. Stalkers will be going down here. Widowmine's even going to pop off. This was not a hold. Oh no, that was ugly. Ooh, gee, oh. That wasn't it. Does kill the last tank, but Lemon knows that that was too bad of a hold. That just, I think he felt too pressured by the Nexus being attacked. The Nexus was under fire. All 3 tanks, all the bio firing at that Nexus is going to go down pretty quickly. So you do have to make a decision. I think he could have given it a little more time, though. If he had been able to warp in even chargeless Zealots, because it did not check to see if charge was done, even like 3 chargeless Zealots on the front maybe would have done something a little better. Of course, if the blink was going to happen, it wouldn't be on the front. But yeah, that's well, that's Lemon out of the match. I did say Mono was out of the tournament earlier on. I do have to correct myself. There is a lower bracket tournament, lower bracket to this tournament, I should say. Holy shit, that's so much green. What? Look at this. Look how much green that is. Where are the Zergs? Where are the Terrans? They've given up. Green means Protoss. It's Beyond vs. MaxPax coming up here, and I think we're going to be able to see a direct... It's kind of nice, actually, a direct comparison, not to just continue rubbing it in Lemon's face. I'm going to find where he lives, knock on his door, and be like, why didn't you harass? Because that apparently is the person I am today. But seriously, just to show how different you can control that scenario differently. And better, I would say. You can watch MaxPax. Shit. That's a big donation. Mike Sixers, $79.49. That is a lot of money.
SC games to cast and Deadlock to succeed, so you have another game to cast and play. And wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mike Sixers. That's a very nice message as well, and a lot of money, so thank you very much. Happy birthday. Whose birthday is it? I just like celebrating other people's birthdays on my stream. I mean, save defense is one of Beyond's weaknesses. Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, so many of the games I've been casting of Yun lately have been against Protoss players, and so I generally say that he's having trouble against Protoss. But when I think of him defending run-bys versus Zerg, or TVT, it's been so long since I've seen him in TVT. I like Terran the most, then Protoss, and then dead last is Zerg. Now, that's for playing. For casting, I don't really care. Although, it's so many Protoss. That's the only reason I'm cheering for other races. Zerg exists to play against it. I do enjoy playing against Zerg.
Warning. Philanthropist programs detected in comm server 04.
Hey, Vanilla67, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I think I missed a sub too. Alaris, thank you very much for coming in. Dropping by 7 months. And I stand for the 75 months. Alaris says, made it yet another year without getting hit by a meteor. That's looking on the bright side. Guys, Skype officially shut down. I missed all of the... what was I saying? Shit, I got distracted. Oh, Skype, yeah. I lost all my Skype, you know, old convos. I should have looked. And seen if there was any, you know, golden nuggets left. I missed a whole 10 years of my life documenting it. Although I don't know if I would have been able to sign into it. I need to go to the bathroom. I thought they were going to get into lobby and play the game. I was so wrong about that. And now I'm stuck here. It is my birthday. Thank you. Ugh, I'm just going to tell him. Okay, we're back. We're good. I did it. Teams is special. Like StarCraft teams. Your company was still using Skype? Oh, Dimitri's gone. Goodbye, Dimitri. Usually on my birthday streams, I set some alcohol goals. And I will have some, but can't drink that much. Not like I used to. Started planning a trip to the UK. Wardy's wedding is happening. And he invited me, and when he did, he said, you know, yeah, I know it's, you know, maybe you won't come, but if you wanted to plan another vacation with your mom. And that's exactly what I did. So, planning another vacation for my mom to the UK. She went 2 years ago, and we both really enjoyed Scotland quite a bit, so we're going to spend most of our time there again. But, kind of the same deal. Going to Dublin. Then, Scotland, maybe 2 cities in Scotland. Then wherever the hell, middle of nowhere, Wardy lives. I thought it was a joke. No, it actually is my birthday. Yeah, yeah. Good guy Beyond making sure that I'm back. On the one weekend where the sun shines, yeah. You know, I don't remember being really frustrated with the weather in Scotland. Ireland, it was a little drab. That's what I remember. We were far less impressed with Ireland, though, I think, like, in general. Not that there wasn't, like, fun times. It just, I don't know. Well, after being charmed, you know, we got our pants charmed off there, man. It was just very charming. I guess we set a really high bar for Dublin. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I might go visit Glasgow, or however you say it. I guess I should learn how to say it. Oh, shit. I'm gonna delete... I'm gonna delete the bets. Sorry, guys. And do it again. I think I accidentally stopped it early. I mean, we spent most of the time not being in the game for the bets, too. But, yeah, my bad. My bad. So bet again if you want to win some grubby dubs. Alright. We got MaxPax in the top right. And in the bottom left it is Bjorn. So you want to be sober for the wedding? No, I'll have drinks at the weddings that I'm going to. I can't have as much as I used to. Weed is much healthier anyway, so it's, you know, you got 2 solutions nowadays. Although not in the UK, I suppose, but in Poland you do. Glasgow. Nailed it. The greatest Terran of 2016 versus the best Protoss of 2025. It's been a good run, Bjorn. A little bit of pessimism on the side of Bjorn, which is totally understandable. If I were also betting, which I can't, that would be illegal. I would also bet on MaxPax to win this. Now, to go over what I did last TVP for Bjorn, which still holds true, Bjorn, at the very least, doesn't just get stuck. When he faces a matchup or a player that he clearly is uncomfortable against, he doesn't just say, okay, well, I'm going to try my best on like a 3cc build. No, he changes it up a lot. So, you know, if it's versus a Zerg he can never beat, like a Cero, I guess, which, you know, never beats a bit strong, but he is unlikely to beat. Yeah, I'll throw in a 3cc, sure, but he'll do some type of variation on it, like a 3cc 211 with a Hellbat timing. Or he'll do a 2-Rax, you know, which no one seems to do bother anymore, but he might. Or he'll do a 2-base, depending on if the map can kind of sustain a 2-base into a 2-base all-in. He will do things. So when it comes to the Protoss and the current problem that we have here, I think Bjorn is more likely than others to at least attempt, let's say, a 2-base all-in, SCV pull. He will probably throw out the occasional proxy marauder, see if that works, see whatever sticks, basically. Because if you are just going to play a normal macro game versus MaxPax, you are going to put him into a pretty damn good position. Bjorn might have won against a previous good Protoss, but that Protoss isn't as good as MaxPax, because almost none of them are. Hero is the other contender. And it's also not the same type of Protoss, I guess, at the end of the day. Lemon did not go for harassment. I think it was a big mistake, but that's what he chose to do. MaxPax is all about the harassment. And I think literally, like, just by being that Protoss player, even before you even do any of it, although he is already harassing here, lost an adept, but before you even do anything, you already are telling the Terran, like, I'm gonna get you. And the Terran is already, like, prematurely flinching, because you're like, oh my god, what is it? Oh my god. Oh, it's a fucking warp prism. They're terrified. Because MaxPax is the harassing Protoss, and he's also very good at it, too. It just makes sure that I think the other guy is in the more uncomfortable position, no matter what ends up happening in the game. And I think this was true for MaxPax even, like, 5 years ago. Even when he was not considered one of the best Protosses, he just had this kind of, you know, cute little build that he had, right? It still was mostly true. Like, he wasn't good in the macro game at that point, but he was still... There were signs. There was, like, these little, like, oh shit, what's he gonna do? Okay, he did that, and I didn't expect it. And then he just kept perfecting it. 3 Hellions on the field, it's an awful lot. Medevac could pick those up if you do a little trade here, but Stalker is gonna focus fire the weakened Hellion. Make sure it doesn't one-shot anymore, so that's not as useful. In fact, now they aren't even two-shotting. And now they aren't doing any shooting. MaxPax did go for a 3-gate, as he typically does nowadays, with the Warp Prism. Bjorn's timing on losing these harassing units, although he does save the medevac. I was going to say couldn't be worse, but at least he saved the medevac. Just because now MaxPax can mostly focus on the attack. Tanks are being built already in good position. Clem seems to be the best at his Sim City when it comes to deflecting a 3 or 4 gate. Unfortunately for Bjorn, it wasn't the Sim City that caused the problem there. Although you'll see some Terran players, they will go for the wall off around the diagonal here with this same set of buildings they'll put up here, or over there actually. And it's to make sure that the Stalkers, if they do blink in, they can't just walk back out. They'll have to wait for their blink to blink back out. Blink back out. Say that 5 times fast. And, you know, you could say that would have been better, but they went this way anyway. Ah! No, I don't want to update my printer. Oh, fuck off, computer. God damn. It's like I need the whole freaking screen to tell you that your HP printer needs updating. Alright. So unfortunately, already losing a tank. Does get 2 probes. I guess the medevac drop did come back in. Oh no, it was the auto turret. Sorry, medevac drop died, actually. Another tank does go down. This might sound like hyperbole, but I think Bjorn is already lost. Yeah. This is too much damage taken by someone who is only 3-gating. The 3rd Nexus is up, saturated on the minerals. Gateways are coming down. MaxPax won't get an opportunity. Oh my god, and he denied stim. Oh no. Yeah, it's game over, man. GG's. God damn. They do pop up more often than I actually have to print anything. I'm not even sure this printer's working. I think last time I tried to print something, it said it was a paper jam. I've been drinking a lot of ginger ale because my stomach is testy. And I didn't really think of it at the time, but it actually was kind of amazing that in Japan, ginger ale is actually a very popular soft drink. And maybe to a bunch of Americans, you might think that's a weird thing to say. Because even back when I was a youngin', I didn't think anything of it. I thought like the entire world was going to have, free refills on soft drinks and all the soft drinks, including root beer and ginger ale. But what you come to learn is that most of the world outside of the Americas, I suppose, or North America specifically, I don't know about South America, they don't like root beer, never heard of it. And many of them have not heard of ginger ale either. So, actually, the fact that ginger ale was one of the 3 soft drink options in almost every Japanese restaurant we went to was just very fortunate. I had no idea. But believe it or not, I have more stories about ginger ale after the introductions. Killer's Mile, top right MaxPax, bottom left Byun. Byun didn't have the appropriate SimCity and didn't have the appropriate protection alongside the SimCity to protect the tanks. You lose the tanks, you lose the like the rim guard or whatever. You lose the protection of your base, and then it's a guy like MaxPax is gonna take advantage of that. But yeah, I totally forgot that Canada Dry, not Canada Dry, that ginger ale. This is very important on the wording. Oh, big cat. That ginger ale was not, a worldwide thing. Because I learned about root beer ages ago. Because, like, TLO once told me that he hated it. But I was in Sweden, and I had a tummy ache. And I was like, a ginger ale would just really hit best right now. So I tell our talent managers to go and find me a ginger ale. I'm just like, oh, can you get me a ginger ale? It was, like, innocent. I didn't think it would be a big deal. And they kind of were like a little pausing, kind of maybe, but then they were like, okay, yeah, we'll go find it. And they went apparently for an hour to the grocery store, and they spent all that time looking in the liquor beer section before finally being like, oh, maybe it's in the American section. And they did find it in the American section, and they did give it to me. And after the cast was done, this was in a cast, I was like, oh, thanks so much for that. And they were like, yeah, we were really confused. It took us an hour. We thought it was in the beer, and we were kind of judging you for a little bit. I was like, well, thanks for getting me a potential beer anyway. It was very nice of you. But just so anyone else who's confused, ginger ale is not an ale. Or I don't know what an ale specifically is, but it's not an alcohol. They got another factory expand. Reaper, Henlian on the way for Byun. The same order. Well, no, he did a different game 1 in the last series, but this is the same game 2 build in the last series. MaxPax will be able to figure this out. The Adept will shade once again. And it sees already it's factory expand, of course. Gets the SCV too. Ay. It will give its life up for that though. MaxPax didn't actually see what else was producing. But the first problem could very well be 2 Hellion 3 Reaper. So that's the thing that you would kind of guess the most drastic problem first. Deal with that. Unfortunately, by losing the first Adept like he did, and then the second Adept also being just basically too courageous, it should not have been out there. The timing was not on MaxPax's side. MaxPax has to emergency wall, but it's a very big wall on Killer's Mile. And so the pylon was low. It had only just been built, and so it's easily taken down. And this is... Well, this is some serious revenge. 6 probes going down. 7. Probably 8. Maybe a 9. Oh my god. That is 9 probes killed. 2 sentries, a stalker. The pylon was killed, not canceled. And then an additional gateway had to be made that he didn't actually want. Or maybe he's changing his mind, actually. So the gateway might have been something he wanted, but the build order is probably a little messed up regardless. Having to plant everything down all at once. But he might have changed his mind. He might have been going for a 3-gate because that's what he typically does. But then realizing that he's lost so much, he's going to try and apply some pressure because he is still getting a warp prism. So there's going to be some stalkers on the front line. They're going to scout, harass, and make Byun initially believe that it is a 3-gateway, which has that potential to kill, as we saw in the last game. And actually, he's going to go for a 2-gateway third base. So, I think that is the right call. I could definitely coach MaxPax. No. But he obviously thinks it's the right call. I also agree. I think it is a good call here. You know, very, very soon, Byun will say, hey, that's not a lot of stalkers. What are you really doing? And he will figure out that he doesn't have to worry like last game and that his opponent has expanded. He will figure that out eventually. But that said, there wasn't much that Byun would change. Maybe he doesn't grab a 3rd tank if he knew for a fact. I don't know, because a 3rd tank can still help you attack into that 3rd base. So I'm not sure that's really the case either. I'm not sure what really would change. All I know is that MaxPax will not have the same killing power, but he's going to try and basically recover his economy by having a faster 3rd Nexus. And so for MaxPax, it's going to be a tougher job of threading the needle, making sure that he gets enough economy after losing 9 probes, while also still getting enough army when the attack comes. And the attack is going to be almost full power from Byun, because no tanks died in the making of this. No stim was denied in the making of this. And again, as I said, Byun would eventually figure out that this has got to be a 3rd Nexus. There's not enough stalkers. Probably at this point he has, and he's just making sure that the 4 stalkers do not get his SUVs, so his tanks are positioned very well. Was going to go for a reactor. Realized he didn't have the gas to get his medevacs fast. I think that's what it was. Yeah, he prioritized his medevacs there. Observer does go down, and that's nice. Certainly worth a couple of Marines. MaxPax's going to add a couple more stalkers on the front because at this point he has to prepare to track the army. So he's looking for a couple of Marine kills or some damage on the tanks. Yeah. Does lose 1 stalker in the process, however. So can MaxPax defend? He does have at least a choke on his natural. That won't be busted anytime soon. The 3rd base is a different issue, though. And even if the force fields can cover this entire choke, the tanks will probably siege up here, and then the sentries only get 1 chance to get those force fields down. Stim is going to be done. Combat shields will finish. +1 will probably also finish before the engagement happens. MaxPax is not prepared for an engagement, so at the end of the day, Byun could wait for +1 if he wanted to. If he scans ahead and sees a subpar Protoss army, he could just go for it as well. Got to be careful. You don't know how many Zealots going to be coming in from which way when it comes to MaxPax, but already getting on top of that shield battery on top of the probes is a great sign. Immortal also getting focus fire down. Force Field's trying to collect some of the army in turn, but is it the best? I don't know. Tanks are jumped on. The Zealots took the long way around, but they were hoping to kill these tanks. All 3 of them do go down, but because the focus fire was there from the Stalkers, Sentry and Stalkers will be sacrificed for that. And it looks like with the Zealots on top of the rest of the bio will not get the last few Stalkers. The last breath before they were picked up by the medevac, they went for the weak warping in stalker. Nice little micro there from Byun. Warp Prism was planning an attack, but Byun already knew that was going to happen. He was already rallying to his base, and then there just frankly wasn't enough time, attention, or money to really have a successful Warp Prism attack, and that was the opposite of success. That was very unsuccessful, killing the 2 Zealots and the Warp Prism before they did anything. Now the Warp Prism is no longer a threat. MaxPax, I thought this would be what Protoss would do since like 2014. I don't even know. But for me, the Warp Prism has been the scariest unit in the game for so long. Well, a Warp Prism with DTs is the scariest unit. But MaxPax feels like one of the first Protosses who was like, if I lose a Warp Prism, I immediately rebuild it. I don't care what time it is. And I think that is actually very powerful. I do like that. It's just so scary. As a Terran player, I have to leave units at home. I have to pay attention to more than one location. This is bullshit. Of course, in this case, the Warp Prism is nowhere near his home now. A little bit of a trade going down there, one that did not favor MaxPax. He does have to bleed out, so this is just part of what happens when you lose 9 probes. The amazing thing is that even though he's bleeding out on the resources, he's not dead. And he's actually even getting a 4th base. A 4th base that is so far away that if Bjorn decides to go after that 4th base, it would give MaxPax a crucial extra X amount of seconds to try and defend it. So, this might just be killed, right? Bjorn is heading towards it. The probe's going to scout that. It might just straight up die. But it might give MaxPax enough time. Another warp-in happens. No shield battery around it, though, so that's a bummer. Might not need it. Looks like Bjorn scans ahead, doesn't like what he sees, pulls back. 3rd CC is done and saturated, by the way, guys. Warp Prism died. What? I don't even know what happened to it. Oh, it ran into those Vikings. Ooh, fancy. Nice prediction there from Bjorn. Especially because it seemed to have gone a ways away. Raven does get taken down. Nice usage of just 4 Stalkers. But those 4 Stalkers are basically your vision alongside that scouting probe and the anti-air. That's it. But, you know, they're making good use of it. The rest of the resources go into as many Zealots as you can muster and a couple of the big tanky units. I mean, tanky's not the right word, but the Immortals and the Colossus. Force fields do come down once more and really complicate matters for the Terran forces. Not as combined together, so not able to take down the Zealots as fast. The Zealots actually getting some good shots. The Colossus, of course, free-firing this entire time. Nothing to deflect that, as the Vikings had not come forward. I actually wonder if Bjorn didn't even realize he killed the Warp Prism. Because if he knew, maybe he would have sent those Vikings to the front lines immediately. That would have been kind of funny, but I don't think it's an impossibility. I think that actually might have been the case. Not that 2 Vikings would have killed the Colossus particularly fast, of course. But we do need to get Vikings for the Colossus. MaxPax was able to come out of that fight. A lot of Zealots less, but still 4 Stalkers. Okay, now 2. The Immortal, one of them did die, but the Colossus stayed alive. Already up to 3. So I guess the second one was on the way if Bjorn had not backed away. And MaxPax is only down by 30, 20-ish supply. Okay, there's a warp in. So he's only down by 20 army supply. That's okay. If you have knowledge of where they're attacking, a couple of good units, that's not just, you know, a bunch of Stalkers, a shield battery, and a choke, that could absolutely overcome 20 supply. Nice focus fire at the Stalkers before they blink away. Gotta grab a Marauder. Nexus might be canceled, but that's okay. In fact, he's not going to cancel it. It'll be very, very weak when it finishes, but it is about 70% completed, and he clearly wants that to finish. Zealots not able to use a Warp Prism. Gives up on that idea, which I certainly don't mind now that both of them have been killed. And he did need to prioritize Colossus for these last few attacks, but the Zealots can just go across town. And then I think, yeah, I was totally going to say it, guys. He's going to get a Warp Prism as soon as he grabs that 4th Colossus. Yeah. Zealots were found out, unfortunately. Bjorn on top of things this game, for sure. This is a much better game. But MaxPax is getting closer and closer to a prime Protoss position. It's not prime until you take the map control. But 4 bases and maxed out, anything can happen. Upgrade lead for Bjorn, by the way, as he did get 2 engineering bays where MaxPax could afford the 2nd forge. No shield battery on that 4th. Again, very weak from earlier. A couple of ghosts now available, too, so EMP is take out the potential force field. That's exactly what it does. Zealots on the backside hoping to create their own little force field, potentially. Not getting an opportunity. Somehow that Nexus stands. Not for long. I don't know where 7 probes went down, but I guess a Liberator went to harass, is my guess. Or a Viking did? I don't know, actually. Liberator was not used. Another Warp Prism, 3rd time's the charm, heading off to that left side. Planetary is forming, however, so has a very limited amount of time to find the damage, and the army has actually gone back. whatever that was, just saw that Bjorn had returned home. So the Warp Prism's not going to be used if the army is clearly going to be able to respond to it. But with the pullback on the Terran army, MaxPax tries to make that room. That's a lot of Vikings, though. Oh, boy. Those Colossus are not going to stand for very long. Having to run away from the Vikings as well means that the entire Protoss really has to run away. One more Colossus to go, and that is also going to fall. Disruptor will fall after Immortal as well. Very little is going to survive after this. Disruptor isn't even really what sent Beyond back. Beyond was just going to reposition anyway. Go after this 4th base, or 5th base, excuse me, which 4 bases is livable. I do think he needed a 5th. He lost so much supply right there. This is a very stimmed, very injured army, but there's nothing now to kill it. And that is going to be game in favor of Bjorn. GG's. Not going down without a fight. Hurt one, thank you for the 71 months. Yeah, MaxPax is washed up now. Honestly, what really killed MaxPax that game was the map. Not the second, not the 3rd base, not the 4th base, not the 5th base positioning, but the wall. That's the map that has a weird wall to begin with. Like if you play versus Zerg, how do you wall that, right? But then it's also a 4 building wall. You know, 3 large buildings and a tiny building. Where some other maps would only be 3 large buildings, then you'd have a wall. Now it's tied up. I move on to torches. Bottom right, MaxPax. Top right, Bjorn. When I played my big brain bouts, I practiced the day before. And I was really glad that I did for one big reason. Which is that these U-shaped maps, where you're on the same side of the map, totally forgot. I had a ladder game where I absolutely sent an SEV up to here. And I was like, thank God that wasn't on broadcast. Anyway. Speaking of how the natural is built, this last game, I do believe the amount of buildings necessary was the reason MaxPax lost 9 probes. Like, his handling of the opener was subpar, because you do not want to lose those 2 adepts like he did. That has how it leads to disaster. But there was that one last second chance if he gotten a wall up fast enough, and he would have if a pylon wasn't necessary. But this, I don't know how many actually would wall this off. What's more interesting anyway is just that there's so much space over to the right, because you actually mine out the gold, take your 3rd. So we got some experimentation with the new maps. You know, when the Zerg rocks are making a big appearance. Not the map with the acceleration zones, though. Dimitri's back. So we got another factory expand from Bjorn. It did work out last time. MaxPax, 2 things. Probably walls quicker if the first thing goes poorly again, and that is the Adept Scout and the follow-up Adepts. So, probably does both those things better. I don't believe Bjorn is guaranteed 9 probes here, but he does want to try and get some damage. I do like that the name of the map is Torches, and not only are there a lot of torches, but they're quite audible as well. I'm a sucker for fire sounds, I suppose. Like fireplace, fire, pit sounds. The Zerg rocks do die over time. Yeah, that is their gimmick. They are off of creep. And so they do bleed out over time. I forget how long. But yeah. And obviously you can also attack them to kill them faster. 2 Reapers and a Hellion is on the way. It is the same build as last time, but this time around, 2 Adepts together. Still probably not a good idea to go... Well, as long as they trade out for some units, I would say. And they will trade out for at least one of these Hellions. You can see they were trying to go for a Reaper. They're trying to get a 2-for-1 deal at the end there. Oh, but his shield battery's here, and that's going to help. Not going to bother full walling. Seems like he's okay with the trade. Probes can pull to the shield battery need be. The one in the main is not quite done, but it is finishing. So this is how MaxPax planned on resolving the issue of the last game. He could have kept his Adepts at home, and then he wouldn't have gotten a scout. You know, as soon as he was attacked, he would know what it is, of course. And if he was going to blind shield battery anyway, like maybe he could have gotten away with that, but... Blind shield battery is kind of a stretch considering how he... lost the last game, and if there's any possible way that you can hamper MaxPax in the early game, you're going to try and do it again. So, shield batteries are only so blind. A little pylon block, though. Oh, he messed up on his macro. Oh, everyone point and laugh. MaxPax makes mistakes, too. Oh, my God. Pretends it's totally not a mistake by stopping pro production. I'm on to you. I'm on to you. But seriously, I mean, he does make the best out of it and at least gets a 3rd base up and running. Blink is almost done, and the stalker count stayed healthy. So at the end of the day, you can see that it actually was a worse trade for Bjorn. There was hardly even any mineral loss, you know, mining time loss. MaxPax is people too. We don't have confirmation on that technically. We've never seen him in person. He could be an AI, I suppose. No, he's actually... Well, you know, AI also pretty good at voice recordings. We have not seen him in the flesh. He could be a machine. Definitely could be. But apparently one that makes mistakes. Stim is only now on the way. You can see that Bjorn prioritized getting these tanks. 3 tanks. Thank you very much. 3 gateways are down from MaxPax, but he doesn't see the attack incoming until this observer. Now that he knows, he's going to get the stalkers back in position. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with those stalkers. I thought they'd blink a little faster, and they misblinked. I guess the Zerg rock's a little bigger than you think they are? I don't know. Anyway, it is an attack from Bjorn that is trying to catch MaxPax off guard. The most powerful thing about it is these 3 tanks that do get up all nice and cozy up against that natural. Target that sentry as well. But we still have a backup shield battery. We still have an immortal. And we still have 3 gateways. The robo also manages to stay powered, although the shield battery does not. So it's a little more dangerous. But this is kind of dedicated by Bjorn. Not because he pulled SCVs, because he didn't. But because he did delay his technology for it. Immortal is barely going to live, although maybe not. Shield battery not going to be able to help it. But the medevac now... 100% gives up its life for it. Might have died anyway, so that might have been a choice to make there for Bjorn. But he gave up a lot for doing that attack. The stim was delayed. It is going to finish, so that's not the worst thing. He does have his 3-1-1 setup, but he has no army. There's going to be a pretty big gap of threats here, where MaxPax does not feel terribly afraid. And so he will be able to get his production up and running, as well as his 3 bases. But Bjorn, I like this. One thing he has done is ensure that MaxPax is thinking defensive. So he's going to try and reach out for that 3rd on location. I, in fact, really like that. The observer is denied vision of the natural, but it might, yeah, since it lived, it's still going to get to that 3rd base, I think. I mean, what it's checking for now is probably any type of follow-up all-in. Where are the medevacs? Okay, why aren't they with the army? I said all-in. Follow-up attack, excuse me. The observer on the right side does see the medevacs. The stalkers, there are some back at home, but now that the army is fully unloaded, this is less than ideal. They wanted to be ready for the medevacs before the unload happens. Shield battery from the beginning of the game is still available, however, and that is going to save the main base from any further destruction, I guess. I don't know. Focus on the front side as well. MaxPax, he is actually... Where is his army? His production finished, But he hasn't built his army. 8 gateways needing to be used right now. He is using some of it. Oh, that's where it was used. Some of it anyway. He was banking a little, but 4 zealots trying to find the same amount of damage that the probe's going to take here, but it's not going to be equivalent. Uh-oh. Beyond might have just tilted MaxPax a little too much. Not emotionally, but rather just put him on the back foot. Even though that was not that scary of a follow-up drop, the fact that it was not scouted to the very last second, so the Stalkers awkwardly tried to kill the medevac, but as the army was unloading and killing them in turn, made the whole damn thing awkward. It happened as MaxPax was trying to get his Warp Prism in, so we probably had a bit of a choice overwhelming issue, you know, where it's like, well, do I use it? Do I not use it? Okay, I'm not using it. Okay, I'm banking 800 minerals. Oh shit, there's an attack on my 3rd base. Oh my god, I didn't build a shield battery there. Things were supposed to calm down, I thought. But beyond just with a simple 2 medevac drop, it's made sure that things never calm down for MaxPax. And now MaxPax is the one who's in a bit of trouble. He is down 3 workers. Still technically doesn't even know about the 3rd base. Warp Prism's going to head into the natural, and we'll find some success there. But on the front lines, we have an attack. MaxPax tries to cut the army in half. Maybe was somewhat successful. It certainly bought time. And the Zealots are trying to get that SCV damage, which they are currently getting. Warp Prism is a goner, but the Zealots are going to buy at least some time, or at least some SCV kills. And beyond, finding the army in the middle of the map now, it may be a little shyer about just running and gunning forward. Zealots have been cleared up, 3rd CC untouched this entire time. +1 attack also had been in effect for Beyond this entire time. So there was that upgrade lead. Now it's going to even up, but only for 30 seconds. Beyond's fast with that +1 armor. MaxPax might have a tiny probe lead, but you want more than that when they're slapping down 3 mules. Immortal gets focused down immediately. 2 Immortals still exist. Guardian Shield picks up a force fields. Can do wonders. But Beyond not really letting a lot of units die there. Not trying to be over-eager. He doesn't have to be eager here. He knows the Warp Prism is dead. He knows there's very little to harass him. And he knows that if he can just focus on the fight, he'll have a good chance of winning. Immortals going down. They're on the front line. Shield battery needs to be gotten to. MaxPax desperately trying to wait for that Colossus. Finally comes out. He actually had purposefully used his Stalkers to focus fire the Vikings, which almost put them in trouble, but he clearly wanted that Colossus as the Hail Mary defense. And I don't think it will be. He needs an Immortal. All these Marauders super low, but not dying to the Colossus. MaxPax is going to be out of this upper bracket anyway, as Björn surprises me and takes the 2-1. GG's. So apparently it's Björn Hero up next. Was not expecting that one. Lemon out there suddenly feels a lot better. He's like, wow, I feel like someone just got proven wrong about me. Time to stand for my health. Yeah. Little stretch. My body's breaking down. Hmm. What do I want for dinner? What do I want for my birthday dinner? Quick, everyone, tell me your favorite meal. And I'll judge you accordingly, but I also might steal it. In the top right of Tokamak, we have Hiro. And in the bottom left, it is Byan. Byan, with an upset, in my eyes, defeated MaxPax. Was able to kind of ramp up after a first game loss, the aggression, to the point that by the third game, it looked like Byan was just punching left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, and MaxPax couldn't keep up. Whereas what usually happens is that a Terran player who doesn't, try and just simply macro against the guy, tries to go for the punch, but then something goes really wrong. And they're like, oh, I missed that one. Okay, hold on, give me a second. And then they don't get a second because the Zealots come in, the Warp Prism comes in, the macro kicks in, like whatever it is. And I thought that was going to happen. But it did not. MaxPax was still so thrown off by all the relentless aggression. Reaper Hellion into a tank push, into a double medevac drop, into the kind of main attack, while simultaneously deflecting any type of warp prism pressure before it really got bad. He was able to nip that in the bud every single time. Led to a victory that was even easy by the end of it. He doesn't often get that, though. This is not like the first time that he's tried doing those things. And it's certainly not the first time that MaxPax has had to deal with those things, as most likely these Terran players will try and throw him off in the early to mid game. But something about today really worked out. And now we have Hiro. Now, this might set Byan fans up as now you're optimistic. You're like, Byan's going to do it. Byan's going to win the entire thing. Byan's amazing. Well, he is amazing, and he's truly a lovable soul and all that. But Hiro is a different Protoss, and that sometimes works in Byan's favor, and sometimes it doesn't. And it's really hard to say which one it is today. If MaxPax had just won against Byan, and Byan's in the lower bracket now facing Hiro, I'd be like, don't worry, Byan fans. This could go either way. Who knows what the hell's going to happen? But in a weird way, Byan having now won against MaxPax might try and do the same things that he did versus MaxPax. Because, that certainly doesn't seem broke. Don't fix it. They might work a lot less versus Hiro. You know what I'm trying to say here? He might have been so focused on trying to defeat MaxPax, and then it was successful. You're like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm going to do the same thing. That maybe you just do it again against someone who might, again, be better against it. And so that's when you're kind of slapped back into reality, and you're like, oh, right, shit, okay. Need to refocus here. But it's actually very difficult to say between these two. Right now, I can say that Byan is doing the same factory expand opener. So we know that he's doing a very similar thing. But what is Hiro's response going to be here? He's lost his adept. One adept will be able to escape home. Second stalker is on the way. So you managed to fit in 4 gateway units Sometimes you only fit in 3 before Warp Gate's done. That might just be what is needed here. That little extra DPS kills both Hellions now on top of the Reapers. Reapers don't actually get stuck. They manage to get into the main base. That's probably 4 probes dead. Make that 5. Yeah. I guess that's still pretty good. Because the 2 Adepts also died. 2 SCVs died too, though. No one's getting a perfect response here. No one's shutting this down completely. Alright, what is everyone's favorite food? Tartar beefsteak? I actually like that, but that is difficult to find. Liver-flavored dog treats. Classic. Big fan of the Scooby snacks. General Tso chicken and fried rice with egg rolls. You know, my taste for Chinese food has decreased. Maybe because the Chinese food here isn't very good. I don't know. Guti Vankaya. I do not know what that is. What is that? Chicken, rice, and vegetables. It is boring, but with the right seasonings can be quite good. Ooh, Italian. I have actually kind of wanted Italian lately. That's a good call. We found it. You reminded me of something I had a hankering for. Now that that's done, the most important thing, back to the game. Beyond obviously getting up to 2 bases, no problem. Scans an observer. Does he know what he's up against? Hero is going way different. Way different. He is going 2 base charge storm. And Bjorn, here's kind of to my point, so I sound smarter. He might just be thinking, well, I gotta protect myself against the blink attack. Hero is kind of as likely nowadays, I would say, to go blink into Warp Prism off of 3 gate. So that's very reasonable. So I'm gonna defend. I'm gonna set up my Sim City. I'm gonna get my tank sieged. I'm not gonna bother scouting aside from a little harassment, but that's not my main goal. My main goal is not scouting. And that would be fine against someone who does typically do the same thing over and over again. But it's not fine against someone who goes 2 base storm. I mean, Vian just has 0 idea. Where'd that Raven go? The Raven will probably be the first thing that scouts this, because if it goes into the main, it's going to see the Templar Archives, or it's going to be feedbacked. Fedback? You know what I mean. What is it? Feedbacked, yeah? It's got to be feedbacked. Because feed isn't like the main word there. Anyway. But that's still pretty freaking late. And that's so late he does his attack. This is, I think, the really dangerous part. Like, if he scouts it late, but Bjorn has been turtling nonstop, then maybe that's not as much of a problem. What's really problematic is when you don't know it's storm charge, and then you run your army across the map, get surrounded by zealots, get stormed by a warp prism, and you're like, well, what the fuck? That was not cool, man. Hero actually, he might not have... Okay, he was going to be scouted in a mere second anyway. Funnily enough, he missed the feedback, and now he stormed his own probes. But I wonder if that was worth it, letting Bjorn know about it in advance, just with a single storm. Which doesn't kill anything, by the way. 2 storms can. But 1 almost never does. Well, I liked this for Hero, and I'm not sure that I like it anymore. Oh, he meant to storm just the turrets, but he also stormed his probes, just to be clear. He absolutely caught 2 of his probes in a storm. 10 probes have died. Hero is now sharking around for a true fight. So these storms have been to injure, to maim, to drain energy, but they're not really the true fight. But the true fight happens when you also have zealots. And, well, not a lot of zealots right now. Just a lot of stalkers, really. I don't know if I like this. It's a good amount of storms. Beyond obviously no ghosts. He's going to have to rely on his splits, and that is a lot of storms. Immortal does manage to get the last shots and a couple of Marauders as well. That's not all of Beyond's army, though. Beyond didn't bring his Widow Mines and his tanks. He was just so caught up, perhaps, in the idea of a surround, he kind of forgot. I'm not sure what happened there. Because I think that actually, that was pretty crucial. Those units would have been very helpful. Now 3 tanks coming in to try and be as helpful as they can, but after a warp-in did happen, and after the Archons were successfully merged, they will help clean things up, but 24 SCVs died, so I'd say that was a successful attack from Hero. Beyond agrees. Hero does win. GG's. Yeah, very unfortunate for Beyond, who thought that Hero was going to track his army. So just to explain that initially, Beyond had sieged up where he did, and that might look like, why the hell? You know, what a goofball leaving his tanks back there. Why were they there in the first place? I think it was because he figured the army was going to come from that direction. So he wanted to get the jump on it. You know, Hero's thinking, okay, now's my time to shine. I'm going to run after the army. Oh my god, it's already sieged. Yeah. But he just went the other way, and Beyond didn't know about the proxy gateway on the right side either, because that would have been a very big tell as to where the Protoss army was probably going to come in from. It might have also been to try and initially avoid any, like, storms that were sharking around. Like, just storms, not the entire army. But it's probably why Beyond's army was where it was. But then he doesn't bring his tanks in the Widow Mines, and I think that actually could have contributed a lot. The fight with the storms versus the bio was quite close. The storms were very hurtful. Army was dying, but 3 extra tanks even unsieged in that fight before the Archons emerged, before the Zealots got warped in, I think, in the last warp prism. Maybe they came from the proxy gateway, to be fair. I think that could have reduced the SCV kills. And then if only 12 SCVs were killed, does the game have a chance to continue on? I don't know. That is what happened. Beyond lost. Hero is up 1. And now we're on Killer's Mile. Top right Hero, bottom left Beyond. Auto turrets are great anti-storm play. I cheated his buildings from them doing anything.
Thank you.
It was very odd seeing him storm it regardless. Even if it did. Like, unless the storm literally killed the auto turrets instantly. You know, like, you really think it through. You're not in the midst of the game trying to do everything at once. You really think it through, and you're like, there is no reason to storm that. You just pull the probes away like you normally would. Cuddle Bunny, thank you very much for the 59 months. So Beyond, he did get surprised by the storm. Okay, like if he had seen the Templar archives before he moved out, he changes how he plays. I'm not exactly sure how he changes, to be fair. I've seen Terrans turtle from that knowledge. I've seen Terrans still try and move out. They're just more careful, being like kind of pretty split, having a scouting marine out in front, you know, that kind of thing. But I know it's different. The fact that he was able to still only get stormed once, and that was his detection, if you will, I thought was still a pretty good sign for Beyond. I was like, oh yeah, I don't know if Hero should have shown that. But then Hero didn't know it was going to be a secret for much longer, and it actually wasn't, because the Raven was going to come in. Yeah. And he hadn't built up the army that you need to really go out on the front and kill the opponent, so... yeah, okay, just one little storm, get the damage done, okay, fine. Beyond probably would have played that different if he had known it earlier. Simple as he wouldn't have had his army awkwardly on the left side of the map, thinking he'd either interfere with the incoming attack or that he'd, you know, be safer against random storms that were being dropped, whatever the reason. He just wouldn't have been over there, I think. And if he has 3 tanks sieged up on his natural and his main against that incoming attack, yeah, I don't think there's any way that actually works. And then Hero's the one in trouble, because the downside to doing Storm Charge very early on you might not have a lot of units. I mean, hell, even with the main attack, it didn't look like that many units. But early on, maybe you don't have that many units. You're investing in a pretty expensive technology, having to prioritize the gas to get the Storm and the High Templars. A little harassment here. You delay your third base. You know, it's a lot. But then you get the Storm charge, and you're pretty powerful for that time. But what happens if you don't win the game or do a lot of damage to the Terran is that you have to make a transition eventually, because they will get ghosts. And they will have good placement, and they will have pre-splits. And then that's where it gets really troublesome. Trying to make that transition over into Colossus for a more dependable splash option is usually where the Terran gets a little time to shine. And we just didn't get to that point. Bjorn was not prepared enough. But now that he's been smacked back into reality, he did have a certain idea of how TVP was going to go based off of many of his other TVPs today, and he was wrong for that game. Now that he's been reminded that's an option, like, oh, okay, right, they could do that, he's going to be more on guard against it. And we have Hero actually doing the same thing, Charge Storm, 2 base. Bjorn almost certainly is going to be more mindful of scouting, at least before he pushes out. Excuse me. Good run for Shino today. Yeah, there's a Best Zerg prize. Or there was, anyway. I guess they got rid of it. Yeah, that's too bad. I guess it wasn't attracting enough Zergs. Shino was the only Zerg left. Did go up against MaxPax, though. Hero Beyond is the winners finals, by the way, as we do have a move out. Okay. Okay. And then we are waiting for either MaxPax, Jumi, or Spirits to come back up from the lower bracket. That move out might have been just to look for a couple of units pesky on the front lines, like the Scouting Adept, or hell, even the Observer. The tank's there for protection in case anything worse. I don't know if I would mind a tank push, though. Adept has seen the army moving around. It sees more Marines coming from the high ground. This is kind of giving indications that they might actually push you. But now that it's been seen so thoroughly, I don't think Bjorn should do it. Which maybe is what Bjorn is thinking too. He's like, if it was a surprise, if I could get sieged up before the guy even knew I was over there, maybe I would have tried. But not now. And it would have been, to be honest, it would have been very dangerous to do any type of tank push prior to medevacs. Because even though, as I was saying earlier, very early on, there just aren't that many units when you go for Charge Storm. One Storm with combat shieldless Marines and even a handful of charge lots would still be very effective against this type of army. So it would be a pretty big risk. Now you start adding in the medevacs for healing, you get combat shields, and you get some tankier Marauders, and that feels a little more comfortable. Oh, Storm Drops. Storm Drops killing 4 SCVs. That's fine. It's not done yet, though. 6 SCVs is still fine, actually. That is 2 High Templars worth of Storms, but we do have Recharge available, which I think, people are suspecting might change how effective this opener is. This was a very bad fight for Beyond. This was not it. With a capital not. Oh my god. Well, that's just game. That is, that was bad. He races forward to, I guess, try and catch Hero without the High Templars, but he had more High Templars. And whether it was 5 more or 2 more, that was always a guarantee. There'd be more High Templars. First medevac almost dies because it raced forward so much. His tanks weren't sieged, and the Zealots were totally prepared. I guess Beyond thought Hero wouldn't be as ready to go. That was not the case. Oh, boy. Well, that's that. Hero wins 2-0. Was playing completely differently from MaxPax, and as I said in the beginning of the series, if Bjorn was just kind of honing in, like, I gotta beat MaxPax, I gotta beat MaxPax, how do I beat MaxPax, how do I beat MaxPax? MaxPax does do the same thing a lot of the time. And that can absolutely be seen as a weakness. I hesitate to say a weakness because he's pretty freaking good with it, but it can be seen as a weakness. And so just to kind of go from that to what we just saw, I mean, that is about as different as you can be with still using the same race. And Beyond, I think, got a little shaken up by that. So he will not advance to the finals. He now awaits the winner of Spirit versus MaxPax. Big believers in Hero on this channel. It looks like that actually hasn't started yet. So we'll try and catch it. So there's a Reddit post today that pointed out that the RSL, the thing that Tasteless and the guys over in Korea are doing, has achieved over twice the funding of its counterpart GSL. And I have a question. I haven't looked into the math at all. Maybe some math heads will want to, though. Does GSL give more money to the players than RSL does? Yeah, some meth heads. Because I think, if I recall correctly, this is kind of funny. This just goes to show like context and like appearance, I guess, kind of matters. I remember when the Patreon for GSL had feedback that it seemed like it still wasn't a lot going to players, and people were like defending it because it's got production and stuff. Yeah, I never really got a confirmation on that, BBZ. There were some people who said 100% they were charged for GSL even when it wasn't happening. And then there were some people who were saying that they didn't. And I don't know if those people just forgot that they had canceled it. I will agree that GSL, what's the word? Charging users when it wasn't happening is scummy. But they're not the only Patreon who's done that. There's been another Patreon or two that have done that by someone who might be involved in RSL. So, if you're gonna villainize one, you kind of have to villainize the other one, don't you? Yeah. No, I think that is possible, BBZ. I think you can still be... I guess if you think scummy is a intentional connotation or unintentional connotation. To me, scummy, I guess, would be intentional. So you're right. It could have been unintentional and then it's not scummy, but it's still not good. But yeah, yeah. I just would find it peculiar if GSL ended up giving more money to the players than RSL does. But I don't know if anyone has done the math. You know who sometimes does math? Fear Dragon sometimes does math. I'm gonna tell Fear Dragon to do it. Chop chop! I feel like the optics on me demanding Fear Dragon to do math might not be the best. Because he does the math stuff. But he really does. Alright, game is almost ready. I am actually going to use this time to BRB. So, give me, I don't know, 2 minutes, guys. Well, let me follow a... server. Indie's good to follow. Here we go. Best of one. Okay. BRB. Whew, sorry about that. I am back. What did I miss? I had to climb up 2 stairs. Like 2 flights. That's so much. Okay. Looks like I didn't miss much. That's important. We got Reaper off of a One-Rax expand, killing a surprising number of probes, which is 1 so far. But still. There you go. And nothing else super noteworthy. Ah! Rude. And the Adept will be able to live as well. Very rude. Yep. Can we get a non-alcoholic beer? I did also take the time to pour myself a little whiskey. Oof. So 2 Adepts gonna try and get some damage done. There's really not a lot here for Spirit. They did, after all, 1x expand, kind of guaranteeing us there's not a lot. You know, there's a Cyclone built, then this might be a little sus, but they're not gonna get a Cyclone built this fast. And the Adepts are gonna play around as long as they can, because MaxPax would know the timings. Yeah. Well, so far the RSL has gotten, wow, actually, decision to go into the main. Gonna be able to get a Scout and 2 SCVs. That's about it. The RSL, yeah, it already has a good number of players. You know, surprisingly, like, I think Cyril signed up. So, that is cool. And I mean, they're, you know, they have all of the math and information out to the public, so there's nothing dishonest happening. I do think there are a decent amount of people who don't really look at what they're giving the money to, kind of assuming that it's for X or Y more, and who might be surprised to actually hear the prize breakdown, but plenty of people heard the prize breakdown and they're happy to support it. They got an attack from MaxPax on the way. He did 3-gate. He did grab a Warp Prism. It's kind of what they do. And it looks like Spirit's going to take this very seriously. He does not have a particularly fast tank, prioritizing the add-on for the barracks over the production of the tank by the looks of things. So that might be why he feels it's necessity. It is a necessity to get a second bunker. Problem is, that second bunker doesn't really help in the main, does it? This is already worthwhile damage for MaxPax, though. And I'm not going to quite say it's game over like he did in that one game versus Beyond, but this is already, I think, a very satisfying number of units killed. Little harassment from the auto turret back at home, but MaxPax, I think this is the situation he wants. He does want to get the Terrans to pull the SCVs, or to get a tank, or both. And he does want to get at least one decent battle with the bio that he doesn't lose any stalkers, he lose one. And then back at home, just focus on macroing up to the correct probe counts, and oh my god, the timing, no! And that is kind of on Spirit. He did actually have advance notice. He saw the Warp Prism. The Warp Prism clearly saw him. He could have pulled back, but did not see it in time. Actually, literally see it to react to it in time. Third CC now on the way for Spirit. As MaxPax grows comfortable on his 3 bases, starts adding on some gas, getting ready for his Colossus. He is going to have the map control by the looks of things. Spirit not really eager to try and move out, or really technically tried with the medevac drop, and that was not successful. And Spirit was well known for his turtle play, and he still is good at it. Playing a defensive game the entire time versus what Protoss and MaxPax can do given a game like this, though, I don't know. It just doesn't sound like the funnest time. It doesn't sound like a day at the amusement park to me. But Spirit, I suppose, is quite used to it. MaxPax just tracking the army, making sure that it's not moving out without his knowledge. It really doesn't seem like it's super eager to move out anyway. By the time it moves out, if it does move out, then it's very likely that MaxPax will have a Colossus. So a direct attack, I mean, he definitely will have a Colossus. A direct attack probably won't do a whole lot. If he splits up the army and goes for a drop in the main, attack at the third, there's a chance there, but that's kind of the one time you get as Terran, is like right now, to try and divvy up the Protoss and attack the Protoss. Otherwise, you got to go back and start preparing for the defense. For what will eventually be 2 and then 3 Colossus, and attack on the third, the Warp Prism trying to head into your main base. All of that lovely stuff. So you can kind of see perhaps where many Terrans in a game like this would not bother moving out. I know Byun was all over the place and he was able to win against MaxPax because of that, but it started off very differently. I don't know if 7K is a major. It might be a major, but it's not a premier. Third Colossus is almost out. +2 attack is on the way. War Prism is actually gathering forces already. He didn't even wait for the second Colossus. He just goes with the 1. Super confident here. Because the confidence is really knowing that you can get across the map. Then this is pretty confident too, though. I mean, I don't know. Sticking around for the fight even when the concave was available. Colossus going the wrong way. MaxPax, you knew he could get across the map, no problem. That was definitely correct. But then to continue taking the fight, I mean, I'm a little surprised by it. It's not the cleanest fight I've ever seen, but it is working. You know, the Colossus gets killed by the auto turret. Second one kept on going the wrong direction, but technically MaxPax did win it. I don't know what Spear is supposed to do better. I guess he could have maybe collapsed in on the army earlier. MaxPax going for a 5th base behind this, by the way. He's just... Yeah. Not sure what to say about that one. It just didn't... It wasn't a game that made MaxPax work a lot. Don't mean any disrespect there. It just Spirit 1 racks expanded into no aggression. So that, you know... You're saying at that point that the Terran player is going to be able to macro into a mid game, and unless the other guy wants to all in you, he could do the same thing. So that's just the game that's being set up, right? So it's not disrespectful, but it doesn't feel ideal in today's market and against MaxPax to just have a game like that where you really don't show anything threatening to MaxPax. Well, that's another best of 1 done. And now we go into the next best of 1, which is the MaxPax Beyond rematch. Since we're still on the topic, though, this is such a unnecessarily mean take or unnecessarily nice take, depending on which side you're on. Wow, somebody who cares about the audience and is willing to take their money versus some old Korean boomers who don't know what the internet is. The first one being RSL and the second one being GSL. GSL has not done everything correctly. That is absolutely for sure. I do think they missed a large market in the foreign market for a long time in StarCraft. I do think they would probably make more money selling, you know, memorabilia to the global audience than they thought. I do think that they, you know, their communication in the new age with Patreon wasn't good, and them continuing to charge people wasn't good. You definitely hear all types of stories about how GSL is very much a Korean company, and Korean companies very much have a, you know, respect the elders, and the elders might not have any idea of what's going on, but you got to respect them. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of criticism for sure. But I really don't think that you compare this and that like this guy did. I think GSL clearly cares about the audience, considering that it probably has not been very profitable for a long time. And it still goes on. Or that it has been our longest running tournament. You know, this just seems incredibly disrespectful to GSL, but if you're not willing to take their side, it seems way over giving to the RSL. You're like holding RSL up on a pedestal.
Resubscription received. Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
Paul Wilson TV, thank you for the 12 months. It's a full year. Did you sub? I guess it means you subbed to my last birthday stream. Yeah. Thank you. Oh. Hello, Ziggy. You're such a cute little Zigster. No, you may not have any. I know you want the treats. This is Ziggy. He puts up with me. Looks like Steadfast missed the lobby, so. It's either subs or direct donation, where Jeff Bezos takes money. Yeah, no, it actually is it's a dilemma. It's I would prefer donations though, if you're asking. So thank you very much. How did my cat get all the way to your house? You have a tuxedo as well? I guess we're not going to restart for Steadfast. Or maybe he barely got in. I don't know, but okay. About time that kid gets all the restarts. Screw that guy. In the bottom left, we got MaxPax. In the top right, it is Beyond.
Resubscription received. Apparently you are doing something
Why,
right,
Warren?
Captain.
Thank you for the 2 months. Thanks, guys. Thank you. People coming in now. Thank you. In Sync Mama, thank you for the 200 bits.
Credits received. Thank you for your monetary support.
And thank you very much for that donation.
Happy
Takua.
birthday.
Thank you for the $5. Happy birthday. Thank you. Why? Did someone raid me and I missed it? Hey,
Happy
thank you very much
birthday,
again,
and maybe
Gotti.
you can
Holy
wish
shit.
for Zerg to get some buffs so that we can see more Zerg games instead of PvP or private.
Yeah. First of all, $100, so thank you very much. Ah, Roddy mentioned it was my birthday. Yes. Yes, it is. You can wish for Zerg to get some buffs so that we can see more Zerg games. I agree, actually. Yeah, if I have a birthday cake today, which I don't know if I do, I will wish for more Zergs in the open cups. Because, oh boy, there aren't many. Hope to see you at DreamHack Dallas. No, I will be casting it at home. So we did finally get contacted for casting DreamHack Dallas as well as the EWC qualifiers, and some of us will be at home casting the official broadcast, but there's no on-site commentators. So I think we our broadcast might be pumped to the arena, but I'm not sure about that actually. But the players will definitely be there. So if you can go to Dallas and you love StarCraft and you want the whole experience, talking to StarCraft people and watching the players in the player pit and all that good stuff, then you should still go. No on-site for EWC qualifiers. No. EWC will be on-site. But I don't think anyone's been contacted about the main event yet. But if you do the qualifiers, you're probably a shoo-in for the main event. I'm not super concerned. I am guessing I'm going to go. But who knows? We do have Beyond going for his factory expand. Now, this is a rematch of an earlier best of 3, but this is just a best of 1. Determines who goes on to face Hero in the grand finals. Beyond was very successful with his Reaper Hellion opening twice. The follow-ups are a little bit different in the 2 games, but the opener was effective. In the second game, which was the first of the Reaper Hellion, it was very effective. It killed 9 probes. In the second game that he tried it, he killed like 5, I think, was it? But then was able to just keep punching and throwing things at MaxPax, and MaxPax couldn't recover. Generally, however, Beyond does not win when he tries these things. It's not the first time or the first day that he's tried these things. MaxPax will probably improve his defense against all things from here on out. And he already has, apparently. Tired of getting damage done to him, even when it seems like his defense is good. So the last time these guys played, MaxPax did give up his Adepts again, but he was able to kill a Hellion, and then he got shield batteries. And he said that should be enough, right? Well, 5 probes, I believe, still died, and so that was still uncomfortable, and then the follow-up was a little more uncomfortable, because that, you know... And I think MaxPax was like, to hell with it, I'm just going to wall off. Walled off the main from the Reapers, walled off the natural. It is a full wall, he has to kill his own building. Or just continue using the Warp Prism for transport, but he does it, and he's like, you're not going to do anything with this. So he's already stopped the first thing from happening, and while that first thing, the Reaper Hellion, might not be truly devastating, like the 5 probes that were killed in the last time these guys played probably didn't, you know, it wasn't the only thing that killed MaxPax, right? It led to some other things, though.
Resubscription received.
To not have to even worry about it is a pretty big difference. And MaxPax just says, whatever, I don't even want to worry about it. But there are downsides to this, right? So he is having to kill his own pylon, sure, but he does delay his 3rd Nexus by X amount. I'm sure Pig would have the timing down. And I would say he does still make himself a little more, how to say, not vulnerable, but he shows how much he's kind of willing to do to stop Beyond from getting these early attacks. So kind of like a... it bleeds, or no, it's scared. There we go. It's kind of like a Starship Troopers moment. You're like, it's scared, and maybe Beyond can feel okay about that. But MaxPax does immediately return 5 SCVs worth of damage. I mean, not even return, right? He just literally killed 8 SCVs, only losing 1 probe himself, and so this doesn't feel that great. It's afraid. Sorry. I haven't watched Starship Troopers in a couple of years. Hello, Zergling, thank you for the 92 months, as well as Urbis1, thank you for the 6 months. Cake Day, Hype Train. A couple Stalkers going down, as I guess they just didn't pull back far enough. Warp Prism's not going to be able to really go back in for these SCVs because of the tank placement. But MaxPax, even though he delayed his 3rd Nexus a little bit, and he did obviously take into consideration Beyond's opener, and he lost 4 Stalkers. It's not perfect. Okay, he did do a decent bit of damage, but hey, let's just SCV pull. Let's just do it. Alrighty then. No starport. SCV's pulled. MaxPax sees this about as early as possible. But he still is not quite prepared for it. The gateways are not done. The shield battery's not done. The Immortal is trying to come out lickety-split. The Stalkers are trying to buy more time. This Warp Prism's going to try and interrupt any of the reinforcements, including a tank, which is pretty juicy, actually. And I would say MaxPax has already done a great job buying time. Shield battery's done. Immortal, 2nd Immortal will be out. Gateways will be finished. We still are going to need more than 1 gateway round of units to really feel comfortable, though. So that's still a troublesome point right here. A couple of force fields. A Master Pair and a Hellion that's kind of funny looking. But just another siege up on the tanks. That's more time for MaxPax to warp in more Zealots. I believe these are the same. Actually, I don't think they are. I think he actually warped in more Zealots on the offensive. That's getting very, very risky to do. Especially since Beyond now knows that's the plan, so he's gonna bulk up his reinforcements before sending them out. Robo will go down, but it was able to give 3 immortals before its death, and that's crucial for taking out these tanks. Here comes the probe pull, here comes the surrounds, and the warp prism's even coming back. Stalker's on top of the tanks. Immortal's actually spending a lot of time on the SCVs, just the 1 immortal actually helping, but it will be good enough. We still are on 3 Nexus, and Beyond is not going to win against MaxPax this time. GG's. The good news is, Steadfast did not miss much. So Hero versus MaxPax will be our grand finals today. Well, I think you share a birthday with Roddy. I think his is May 8th. I do have a standing desk, yeah. I've had one. I was bad about using it, and I'm trying to be better. Steadfast, last week you had a remake. Did I get a remake when I missed out on the lobby? No. Oh, I thought you just totally misspelt mine. I see. I don't know that K-pop star. So whiskey's going straight to my head, man. Oh yeah, I guess we did get the donation goal too, so. We're gonna see what a totally lit finals cast looks like once they get in a lobby. Neither. Interesting to give 2 options. Glenn Levitt. Thank you. And it's not even that much and I'm already feeling it. Just goes right to my head. Right to my head. I had a pretty good birthday weekend. Oh yeah, my stomach's completely empty. Except for this ginger ale. Well, I'll just take that as the compliment and avoid the comparison. Thank you. Amon Drisrick. On Saturday, I went to a Nuggets game. It was the Nuggets-Clippers Game 7. And they had had a very good series. But it was a blowout. Fortunately, in the Nuggets' favor. Because, you know, the opposite way at home would have been absolutely terrible. Instead, it was fun cheering for us to totally smack the hell out of those guys. And I got really good seats, too. So I was able to, like, be pretty close. Not pretty close, but when Westbrook came up to the stands and he started shouting, what did he shout? It was something like, "Get them the fuck back home," or something like that. Like I was in the portion of the stands that he was like yelling at to cheer. And the Clippers head owner had flown out 150 Clippers fans and put them in really good seats behind one of the baskets. And they were actually quite annoying in the beginning when it was close. But by the end of the second quarter, they were pretty quiet. And then by the third and fourth quarter, you just kind of felt bad for them. So that was an enjoyable experience. I really enjoy watching basketball, actually. I find being in person quite fun, but expensive, so it doesn't happen too often. And then yesterday, my mom asked me what I wanted for my birthday dinner. And I said, "What do you want?" And she said, "Korean barbecue." Excuse me. And I said, "Okay, we'll have to go on Sunday because Monday I'm working." So I drove her out to Koreatown. And even though it was my birthday dinner, it really was her dinner. Basketball, yeah. All right, we're in the lobby. We're getting into game. We're almost ready to go. Bets are up. But I'm going to go get lit. And we'll see how this cast goes after that. Because I've certainly never done this before. But I think I'm going to be very lazy. So just warning ahead of time. All right, BRB, guys. Okay. Totally ready to go. My camera is as out of focus as I am. Alright. Unless they've changed it again. It is a best of 3 into a best of 3, and it is a PvP, so I probably missed something very important. We do have Hero in the top left and MaxPax in the bottom right. Incorporeal is the map. MaxPax obviously doing his 1 gate expand. Hero, who almost looks like Zerg on this map. It's very purple on the man. Did go for a 2 gate. Things have gone a little weird here. Oracle actually chased down Hero Stalker. You don't see that very often. But the Oracle came out, decided that it needed to help, I suppose, in an attack. Is that what happened? And then chased down a Stalker successfully. How about that? Blink's coming out for Hero. MaxPax also getting Blink as one does. Hero has done occasionally a Phoenix versus Phoenix battle. 1 gate versus 1 gate, Phoenix versus Phoenix. It generally does not end in his favor. Sometimes it does. But generally, I give Phoenix Phoenix to MaxPax. And so avoiding it seems like the right call. But it can be annoying still to play out this game, even though you're doing something that's less volatile. Like Blink. There are still opportunities for MaxPax. Not just to take advantage of what you're doing, which I guess if he did go like mass Phoenix, like if he still went into Phoenix and tried to run around and, you know, kill all the probes, it can be annoying. I don't think pro gamers really do that. But rather, you might think, okay, well, I've gotten to the next phase of PvP faster than the guy. What's annoying is that you didn't really. Like, Blink is almost as fast, even though they also got that Stargate. And they got the faster Nexus. So, but I'm sure Hero, he did skimp on the actual gateway production, probably chronoed his probes, so we actually don't have that much of a probe difference, and the third Nexus timing is also the same. What is annoying is, like I said, they are at Stalkers as well. They are at Blink as well. They can actually catch you by surprise, kind of like as if it wasn't one of these severe different openers, where one person goes into the Blink attack, and the other person tries to go into more economy. One person tries to invest more into technology and upgrades, the other person invests more into army. Well, in this case, MaxPax did invest a little more into army, at least in the right location. The Oracle giving that high ground vision. Hero's army was actually just as big, even bigger in fact, but it does have the unfortunate problem of having to deal with the stasis traps. Oh no! He did not see that second stasis trap, and now so many units out of the equation. The Immortal was even a little bit in trouble. Fortunately, the probe pull... Nope, will not save it. Nope. Never mind. That will at least mean that a couple more probes do die for MaxPax. Or, sorry, more Stalkers die, but 7 probes have died for Hero. He lost the Immortal. He's losing more probes. For the stasis trap that Hero's trying to get ahead of, which is fine. I mean, if MaxPax loses all of his Stalkers, well then, hey, there's a counterattack possible, but he's not going to. Hey, Diesel, what's up, man? Cinco de Drinko. I can't drink like I used to. I get the tumbly wumblies. But I did just go and smoke some weed, so. It's what the kids call cross-faded. And it is my alternative to getting simply drunk. Because, yeah, I can't handle being drunk anymore. Can't do it. MaxPax managed to give himself quite the worker lead. And that's going right now into a 4th base. Still at a very close army supply, but that will change as the economy continues to just go up and up for MaxPax. Another stasis trap as well. Oracle's still alive. Keep doing this. Oracle instead went into the main, I guess, to check out what was going on. Stasis trap still around the map. And still there for scouting purposes at the very least. Sees the army moving out like that. MaxPax's 4th base might seem like an overextension, but I think if Hero did push, which it does seem like he's planning on it with the War Prism on the way, I actually think MaxPax would already be rewarded for all the economy investments. I don't think he's in trouble here much. You do still have to take it seriously.
Hostile forces detected. Arming raid
MaxPax
defenses.
should be okay. He's even got cannons on the way, which actually might mean that he's a little more worried about possible harassment than he is a frontal attack. He does need to confirm that Hero is actually trying to attack him and is not getting a 4th base, which is exactly what this squad is doing right now. Now that he knows, will he try and do anything different? No, he's going to take advantage of finding Hero out of position with some of his reinforcing units, go after them. Hero forced to pull back. This is all time that MaxPax now has to defend at home if he doesn't somehow win this engagement anyway. Does he just win? Is he... Like, Hero is going to move out to kill him, and Max was like, no, I'm ready to kill you first. Okay, no, I didn't think it would work, but, you know, as far as the trades go, it's still pretty good for MaxPax. He is the one that has 11 more workers, an entire base to saturate. And Hero, that was his timing. That was, you know, he's got the Warp Prism, his army was on the move, the +1 had finished. And MaxPax just threw a wrench into it. And now? Yeah, MaxPax could probably just continue taking fights outside of Shield Battery. He could probably still be on the offensive. Hero, I don't know what the backup plan is. Apparently it's the all-in again. Okay. The BLML, thank you for that raid. And that will be Hero's last attack. MaxPax is kind of making sure of it, or at least trying to, some Zealot harassment. There's a chance that Hero's attack manages to kill a Nexus, for instance, and 20 probes, and then it's very similar in the economy game, but I don't think it's going to happen. Currently, Hero army supply lead. And MaxPax has Zealots that aren't being... I guess they both have Zealots that aren't helping on the front lines. Shield Battery is going to have to be used, but here comes some Zealots to help out. Hero's own Zealots stuck behind the Sockers without charge. Not as useful, but somehow managed to make their way up. Immortal gets focus fired. Hero trying to make this work. I really didn't think it was going to work. MaxPax maybe not giving it enough credit. Maybe could have had some forward shield batteries or more defensive stasis traps. He does manage to find the Warp Prism, though, and that's going to put Hero's attack on a timer. He still has not killed all of the Stalkers with MaxPax, so that is a problem. He's not reinforcing as much as MaxPax is, who still has all of his gateways powered as well. Some of those Stalkers that grabbed the Warp Prism. A little bit of an awkward spot here, but Hero was pretty all in, and he still hasn't killed, I think, enough. Although 19 probes is getting close. More Zealots come in from MaxPax again with that very crucial charge. We also got +2 as a timer. Stasis Trap takes out 3 units. That's all you really need. And this is Hero pushed back. So the next time, if he doesn't tap out here, he will be up against +2 attack Stalkers. That was closer. Maybe even MaxPax expected too. Because MaxPax had to have known this was on the way. I might be a little twisted, but MaxPax saw a lot of the signs. Seemed very intentional what he was doing. But he did not go for the stasis traps defensively. He did not add on shield batteries. So I don't think he saw it as much of a threat. And he was right at the end of the day. He's going to win. But it was kind of close. Here, we're not really ready to give up, but he's actually running out of minerals at this point. Mining. Starting to lose out on the entire game. I'm actually really surprised he hasn't left. I don't... He knows about all 4 bases, right? Oh my god! Wait a minute! Did Hero not know about that base? He had to have. I mean, even seeing just like the 2 pylons that he saw, usually is a pretty good indicator that base is up. But now that he's seen it, he still isn't tapping out, so he just really thinks that he has a chance. Thanks, Diesel. Oh, boy. Did we get a... Holy shit, we got a dono. I was saying thanks, Diesel, for the nice wishes. I did not look at the donation. Oh, my God. As we see the last moments of this game, Hero defending, hoping, I suppose, that MaxPax messes up somehow. That this is not a particularly micro-heavy battle. Well, I mean, it can't. It is, but I mean, it doesn't have to be. MaxPax could just wait until he has more shit. So what I'm trying to say is there's not a lot that I would see going wrong for MaxPax as he continues to call Hero's numbers. Hero may be just frustrated because he thinks he had a chance at winning. You know, that's sometimes why you see people stay in the game for a long time. Sometimes they think they have a chance, which is fine. Sometimes they, you know, that's just who they are. And then sometimes it's because they thought they were going to win at one point. And you're just kind of like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This fucking sucks. But you know, it doesn't fucking suck. Diesel's donation of $500. That's the biggest donation I've gotten in years. The last one might have been by Diesel. So thank you very much, Diesel. I know he already left, but still. Happy B-Day, weed money, lol. That would be a lot of weed. Yeah. More than you can actually buy at any given visit to a dispensary. I know, right? Damn. Hot diggity damn. Trying to be fully crossfaded. Doesn't go down as smooth as it once did. Thanks, Dono. Oh, Bjorn. Thank you, Smanty. That's very nice of you. Whew. Burns on the way down, it does. Usually, it's very smooth and I like it, and it doesn't cause any incredible reactions. But today, just this whiskey's hitting a little different. In the top left of the grid, we have MaxPax. In the top right, it is Hero. I don't think I've seen this map. This is a third U-shaped map. Yes. I'm glad I vetoed it, because I have no idea what this map is. This looks like a little inspiration from Habitation Station. Oh ho! You have no idea how far I was reaching into the bag for that one. It used to be instant, you know, obviously when it was in the map pool, but 4 years ago, I remember that name, no problem. 2025, that's tough. Anyway, it's still not actually very much like it, to be honest. Aside from the fact that there's a gold base, which is shared on this map, and Habitation Station it wasn't shared, there's not much actually that's similar. It's just a U-shaped map with a gold base up top that you can fight over. Maybe some of the same kind of complexities of the entrails, and actually a rather large map, to be honest. I don't know what the rush distance is, but there's so many bases to the bottom side that are very far away from the opponent's bases. Just, you know, that kind of means that the more that you're away from your own base, the more you're kind of committing to it, the more you're opening up your own self for run-bys, and the more that the defender's advantage could kick in, especially if you're not the Protoss race who has Warp Gate, but, you know, whatever. But yeah, it's the first time I think I've cast it. Looks like a giant frog with a blue butthole. God damn it. God damn it if that's not also now what I see. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Anyway. Yeah, no, you can't unsee it. It really looks like that. It really does. Someone else come up with something else. Anything else. MaxPax once again 1 gate expanding. Hero sticking with the 2 gate, by the way. This time he's like fully committing on 1 base by grabbing a Stargate. So he will be really quite behind on the probes if he were to say not kill any. Now I think that's rather unlikely. I think he will kill some amount of probes. He also looks like he's going for an attack along with this. Wait, am I just completely... Oh yeah, no, I'm totally twisted. Literally, that is Stargate from MaxPax. That makes so much more sense. I was looking at the building tab. Structure tab, there we go. I was looking at the structure tab, and I was like, where's the other Stargate? No, it's because it was still in creation. MaxPax's not quite ready to go yet on that one. Oracle is still coming out first for him, though. Hero is just straight up 3-gating. Well, eventually 4-gating. But, yeah. He is straight up gateway all-inning. Now, this is something that Hero used to do all the time versus MaxPax. And eventually, it just, frankly, stopped working enough to be worth it. So, I'm a little, not exactly surprised to see it. It's just that I had gotten comfortable with Hero trying to match MaxPax's energy, and instead, in this series, bringing back what we usually think of Hero as, which is a very aggressive player. Shield battery now been saved at a depth, unfortunately. That was what MaxPax was trying to do. 2 probes have gone down to the Oracle of MaxPax, which importantly survives. You might need that for a stasis trap. Good target fire there from MaxPax. The Stalker is still alive. Shield battery is coming down every which way we look. Void Ray finally appears. It is a little vulnerable, but the Stalker count's not high enough yet, so shield battery did come in there. I got the joke or on a habit, and I think it's very funny. Void Ray is still alive. That is certainly the most important thing here, but you do kind of need fodder for it. And we're talking about 1 Stalker and a handful of probes. Also, one hell of an Artosis pylon. Oh, no! 3 shield batteries taken out of equation. Thankfully, the other one was on the high ground pylon, but still. This actually looks like it's going to work for Hero. Second Void Ray is out, but again, not well protected. It needs those shield batteries. It needs, you know, maybe even a force field. Yeah, that actually was very, very good, but the Nexus will not be saved. That is enough damage for Hero to try and macro out of this. And it's probably just the better decision than trying to end the game right now. As jumping on top of these Void Rays, and who knows what else is on the high ground, is generally not a good idea. MaxPax, unfortunately for him, it's not that he has really a lot of counterattack opportunity. He kind of just needs to get the Nexus back up as soon as possible. Which is why he's not just simply waiting for all of his shield batteries to go down. He wants to try and save that investment. By saving that investment, maybe he can grab a Nexus. But the Oracle still is showing no Nexus for Hero, so he doesn't really have to get the Nexus immediately. It just would have been nice to save these 3 shield batteries. Well. The Void Rays actually make their way across the map. Very dangerous to do. Void Rays are glass cannons, but 3 of them against what is only 4 gateways worth of production. 1 being in proxy. That has some pepper on it. Recall is going to have to be used. Something that MaxPax hopefully was remembering. There is no blink on the field, not anytime soon, so the Void Ray should be able to escape. Play a little chase game. Yeah, the Stalker's even getting bunched up in the main. I think they were trying to cut off any attempted harassment. Anyway, that opens up the opportunity for MaxPax to reach out and kill this pylon. You think? Maybe not. Hero Stalkers that looked like they're going to chase the Void Rays actually went across to save the proxy gateway. And maybe more. Well, MaxPax, yeah, I was going to say, not paying attention initially, does eventually pay attention. Immortal comes out here, doesn't save the Stalker, but he is just taking a fairly effective trade, thanks to the Immortal timing, and he knows he has a stasis trap. The hallucination is like, what are you doing? Why are you so confident? Well, the Immortal not only was going to take down so many Stalkers with it, the stasis trap was there. And it doesn't look like Hero was wary of that. You can definitely see a stasis trap if you're really looking for it, but he was not. 4 Stalkers taken out of this upcoming battle as the Void Rays come back. Looks like one of them was caught. 2 of them really were caught because one's almost dead. This is not as easy as it looks. MaxPax thinking that he was getting the better end of this, that he was the one tricking Hero, and Hero just had so much more. MaxPax still holding on though, but where else? What other units does he have after this Immortal dies? Oh, shield battery! Oh my god, the shield battery actually really helping out here. I mean, maybe MaxPax isn't dead, actually. So many Stalkers from Hero came in at the perfect time when MaxPax had already committed so far onto the map. But maybe still not a game-ending amount. Hero's Nexus is done, however. The Immortal is now locked out from the shield battery, and yeah, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe this is still a game over. If the Nexus can't complete, it's 100% game over. But 2 Stalkers warped in. Another Immortal arrives in the nick of time. Proxy Gateway was no longer up and running since the pylon was sniped. Maybe? Hero is up by 8 workers, though. Maybe part of the reason MaxPax has gotten this Oracle. Blink is also on the way. MaxPax has not gotten the Twilight Council as of yet, so he is very far behind on that technology. So much so that I'm going to guess he doesn't even bother going for it. He might try and do charge Immortal Archon at this point. But the Blink Stalkers are going to start really controlling the map. And if they continue to deny a third base at this point, that's where Hero can get really, really far ahead. He's ahead now, but he can get even farther. Oracle comes into actually Baron main base. Okay, yeah, not something that Hero was thinking of with all the action and micro focus on the front lines. Fortunately, there wasn't that many probes there. And his army wasn't too far away. In fact, Blink just finished, which is something that MaxPax was not wary of. Holy shit, that Oracle lived. 4 probes were killed. In total, 8. Resources lost. Kind of favoring MaxPax at this point now, believe it or not. But Hero has the map control. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of forgot this was another option. Charge... Immortal Archon, I mean, does have a 2 base all in it, but I would say it is more maybe for like that 3rd base and then attack after. Resident Enclaves. Resident Enclaves, Mass Adepts, Immortal, and whatever else you got. The kitchen sink thrown at your opponent. Hero. I think the biggest tell that this is what is going to happen is just that lack of 4th gas. If they were trying to get to Archons, they would take all the gases. So, and well, I guess if they're going to get Blink, if this was Blink, then there probably would be a 3rd base, right? I mean, I think that's enough evidence. Plus an Adept got warped in, which could be used for harassment. And, you know, it's only 1 right now, so it is just kind of a weird thing to look at. But I feel like that's enough evidence. Resident Enclaves, almost done. Hallucination. It's going to be able to see the exact timing of the move out. Stasis Trap planted down. Observer seeing Hero's army movements. MaxPax got a couple of crucial tools here. Making sure to do the double Stasis Trap too, because I think Hero has been mostly good about looking for the first one. But then gets overeager on the second. Okay, he wasn't looking at that first one, that's for sure. Couple of key units taken out of the equation, including the sentries that actually had the most energy. 1 force field, oh well, 2 are still down, so that's going to be enough. Adepts also, obviously, can go through force field, so the chance... You can choose to go for the economic damage, but most of the time, this is either win here, or you're dead anyway. That is a very aggressive Blink, a very Hero Blink indeed. Immortal was the focus, but the Warp Prism comes in clutch. Immortal for Hero, though, also... just taken so many of the Stalkers away. Now we're only down to the Immortals. Warp-in does happen. 3 Immortals and however many Adepts that is. And the Stasis Trap as well. I only mentioned because if Hero did Blink right there, he would have been in trouble. Yeah, he did see it. Well, maybe he didn't see it because 3 Stalkers still caught out like that. Only 1 shield battery? 2 shield batteries. Okay. Yeah, okay. 2 shield batteries plus the recharge. I think MaxPax is going to be alright, or sorry, Hero's going to be alright. MaxPax lost the Warp Prism as well, so he doesn't have any of those fast warp-ins. When the Protoss starts to shade the Adepts, that's the attack didn't win. The attack didn't work. Let me see if I could somehow make the economy even enough. And the last few times that we've seen this, it wasn't successful. But this actually looks like the most successful one so far, by far. 15 probes have gone down, but you are almost guaranteeing the death of the Adepts. And if you lose all your Adepts, what army do you have at home? Not much. 16 probes went down, and even though that is the best I've seen from the last second, okay, this didn't work, let me try this, it still might not be enough. Oh my god, I feel so tired. Hero on triple pro production also has the choice to go into macro. You know, MaxPax, if he had gotten a 3rd Nexus, and then also put them within 3 workers of each other, then that's definitely a choice he could have made, but 2 base not going to be worth it. You might as well pull the probes now. That's actually what he should do. Why not? And there's no real winning decision, I think, for MaxPax here, too. You know, Hero invests a couple of chronos and more than a couple of rounds of probe production. That's a lot of money. But he's not lacking in the army department because of it, which would usually be the trade-off. But when you're this far ahead, there is no trade-off. You both build army and you build workers, and you're fine. Also an upgrade. +1 attack to 0. Scout See Justice, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Time for some Red Bull. I didn't think that far ahead. Yeah, that's not gonna win. And there's not enough probes to be killed, I think. Gotta give the old college try, though. Hero once again with a hero blink. It was good enough. Good enough. And now it's MaxPax's time to stay in the game a little longer than expected, honestly. GG's. Not too much longer. Tied up 1-1. Should have had an alcoholic monster. I've had alcoholic Red Bulls. And they're fun. OG for Loco. For Loco. I've never tried it and I don't want to. By the way, if your dragon get back to me on the math.
Thank you for your monetary
GSL
support.
versus RSL.
Happy B-Day ZG.
Thank you very much, Flurry, with the $10. Ooh, a McDonald's Flurry. That cat is a boy. He's Dimitri. Any guesses on how much more money each season of GSL is than RSL? As we get into the third game. In the bottom left, MaxPax, top right, Hero. Killer's Mile. 200%. I mean, I can't do percentages. That's crazy. Why would you even? 20k more? 20k is close. Each GSL season is 28k to the players. Each RSL season is 3.5k. At least 350. At least, you are correct. That is also correct, yeah. But yeah, that's a $25,000 difference. Oh well. That's a lot. That's a lot. But for some reason, boasting that RSL has twice the crowdfunding than GSL is a good thing for a Reddit thread. I don't know. I guess the idea could be that you're pretty sure GSL won't continue, but RSL will. Yeah, it's way more expected than I expected too. I mean, I really had forgotten how much GSL was paying out even after the budget cuts. So I had no frame of reference, basically. That was still more than I thought. Oh yeah, the GSL has you know, big resources. You know, one of the reasons they've been able to do what they do is that they have that studio space no matter what, whether it's empty or it's broadcasting. And I'm guessing that means some of the workers as well. I'm not sure it's exactly union, but I'm guessing they got like a salary. So That's huge. That's production money that they're going to have anyway. Hero's probe does go down, which, yeah, we actually do kind of want to save that. But we got ourselves a little mirror matchup. 1 gate versus 1 gate. Both of them sending out the units out to each other. The Zealots of MaxPax, I thought, saw this on the way. Still got caught by the Zealot a little bit with the Adept. As long as you get the wall off, though. That's the most important thing. Phoenix versus Phoenix, by the way, guys, too. Just a reminder, if Hero wins this, which I don't believe, because I think Phoenix versus Phoenix favors MaxPax, but we'll see. Hero wins this. He wins the entire tournament. He came in from the upper bracket. If MaxPax wins this, we go into another best of 3. Thank you, Eshwar. Phoenix, you know, I would say forced to use their energy to pick up these units, but when it comes to Phoenix versus Phoenix battles, which they both should be very aware of, you don't really get an opportunity to use the Phoenix lifts on probes anyway. Not like any other scenario where usually if you get Phoenix, you have some time to get probe lifts, or drone lifts, or SCV lifts, I should say. But yeah, Phoenix versus Phoenix, yeah, not really going to happen. Stargate's coming down. Second Stargate's coming down for both players at basically the same time. And there was a couple of games where Hero did seem to have a subpar build. Talking very, very, very specific things, but for these guys, very important. Where the 4th gas came down too fast, he since fixed that. So I would say, unless you plan on getting a Sentry, I think, is maybe one of the differences, then the 4th gas isn't necessary super quickly. It is eventually necessary, as you will get not only double Phoenix production, but you'll also get Fleet Beacon, triple Stargate. And then I guess if we really went on for a long time, then maybe into Tempest and Carriers and stuff. But no battles happening yet. 5 Phoenix to 6 in MaxPax's advantage. For some reason, Hero not able to get the second Phoenix produced as fast. And if that is still his gas timing, then I don't know what to say. MaxPax is just perfecter. 8 to 7. But they're not all together. MaxPax still reinforcing. His own Adept is going to get a little scout. And more than that, he could legitimately threaten a couple of probes. The goal here for Hero is to obviously get as many Phoenix as his opponent. Hope Defender's Advantage kicks in. But it's also to not have his Phoenix spread out too much. If they're constantly zipping left to right because there's a depth shade, he doesn't want to get lazy and let them like sit somewhere and spread out. Because once they spread out, the other guy is going to target fire the one that's farthest away. All of his Phoenix will shoot. Yours will not all shoot. And he was bulked up there, but he lifted the Adept for half a second during the Phoenix battle. And that can sometimes be enough. That's probably one of the reasons MaxPax decided to let the Adept actually shade. Is that he said, okay, I think I can take this fight. Not quite the case, but still has that half Phoenix advantage. No one making that jump to Fleet Beacon quite yet. Well, as I say it, both of them do at the exact same time. Last time these two played Phoenix vs. Phoenix, there was kind of a funny game by Hero where he tried to do something almost too fancy. Did he just lose? I don't know. He might have just lost. 8 to 5 Phoenix now. Anyways, where he totally neglected Fleet Beacon, Phoenix range. I think there was like a classic game where that happened too. And both times the gamble didn't work out. Whatever else you got, like a faster 3rd Stargate for more production, for more Phoenix versus Phoenix with faster range. Generally not a good idea. But there is a bit of a gamble in it, in that if you can get into your own Phoenix range, the short Phoenix range, you stay there. So you kind of negate the longer Phoenix range. But it's depending on your opponent messing up, which is not usually what you want to do. It is Fleet Beacon to Fleet Beacon. 4th base coming down from MaxPax, ahead of Heroes by quite a bit. Hero did warp in a Zealot. He wanted to clear out the pylons of MaxPax. Reduce his vision. But I gotta tell you, I'd take that Nexus. He also is getting just frankly, literally more probes. So he's trying to saturate his base prior to expanding, which is I'm sure there's someone out there who wants to do the math on like if that's more effective or not, but I think the outside of the literal math benefit of either choice, saturating first or expanding before that, the other thing, the non-math bonus to getting your 4th base up and running already is that you can produce static defense. Not really in this type of game, though. Phoenix versus Phoenix, not heavily static defense dependent, so. It does seem like MaxPax is now getting the benefit. He's kind of winning the math between the two. Well, he also has 2 more probes, so. But he eventually caught up and, well, I don't know. Hero kind of got that peak, but there's a difference here. I don't know. Very small things. And even though MaxPax got what is usually a very big thing, a 3 Phoenix lead, he didn't maybe realize how big of a lead it was. It is difficult to tell how many Phoenix your opponent has. Or even how many you have. But you can, you got your box select to help you out there. And maybe just thought that he would not be able to win. It's always tough because he would have defender's advantage working against him, so maybe he wouldn't have won. But a 3 Phoenix difference often leads to victory for the higher Phoenix player. Even considering that defender's advantage. We are moving on to the next stage of air PvP, I guess is what you would call it now. +1 is on the way for Hero. MaxPax has yet to invest in air upgrades. His mothership pops out. Hero's mothership has already popped out. MaxPax was denied these gases, which seems critical to his upgrade timings. So that was very important. Hero kind of, I don't know, getting lucky, still able to see the 4th base building late, but then get the gases still in. Guardian Shield, Time Warps, everyone ditto. No defender's advantage I could really see, except for fast reinforcements, but we started off with that Phoenix bonus from MaxPax, didn't we? +1 also isn't done, so that wasn't exactly a perfect timing there. With +1 done, and Hero should be clicking on his opponent's air units, I think you go for it. +1 is really big. Phoenix shoot quite fast and twice. But just so hard to tell if that's... It's also, it's one of these things where if you commit, you're generally just straight up going to commit. So this is no, I'll poke them and see if I really do have more, and then I'll escape if I don't. There's no running away once you've committed. So you can definitely see why Hero would be hesitant, even though at this point he should know that he has a Phoenix upgrade advantage. Yeah, does that mean he wins? Guardian Shield active again for both players, although Hero is actually kind of out of his own Guardian Shield, so I shouldn't say that. Guardian Shield is far more effective for MaxPax. Still might not matter enough, though. Equal number of Phoenix, but MaxPax just lost his mothership. I was totally not paying attention to Cloak. I don't know if that affected any of these battles. I assume they both had detection. But this does not look good for MaxPax. He does not have enough Phoenix. His mothership died, and his +1 still is not done. The gas is stolen away from him. His inability to start up his upgrade might have just been what killed MaxPax here. And the OBS is no longer here for MaxPax. So maybe it was for the last cloak opportunity, but Hero could cloak again. That's exactly what he does. MaxPax forced to flee, wait that out. I think he's done it. Hero plays the Phoenix versus Phoenix game, and he wins it. With a couple of gas steals, really. MaxPax thinking maybe he got a faster 5th, maybe he's got a shot. I don't know. But he's just trying to wait for more Phoenix. Hope that maybe Hero stops reinforcing. Or stops paying attention and microing. That +1 absolutely made a difference. There might have also been a cloaking mishap where MaxPax didn't have detection that also would give Hero an entire extra volley before MaxPax even notices and tries to run away. And MaxPax is on his last life, so he does not want to give up, but he is dead. It is literally a numbers game. And there's no reason for Hero not to just chase after all this. You know, if MaxPax had a forge, and he does, maybe if he had started planting down cannons every which way. But zealots were produced, and I guess we're stopping him from doing that, so... GG's. Hero takes the entire Open Cup in the first series that he has to play, the only series in the finals he has to play. And that'll be that. GG's. It's not the end of the stream, but I don't know what I'm going to do now. I haven't decided. Thank you. I was going to do the predictions. That's what I was going to do. Oh, I did. Okay. We're good then. Whew. I'm going to play some team games. Team games are easy.
Credits received.
That's why.
Thank you for your monetary support.
That's why they're a good answer.
Happy U Day.
Hey, thank you very much. Mr. Chaz. Thank you for the $25. Happy U Day. Me Day. It's my birthday. It's an easy one to remember. It is getting a bit harder to remember every year, though. How much of your donos do you get? 100%? Not quite. You know, PayPal I think takes something of it, but less than subs. Less than subs and bits. Well, bits take it out of you, not me. Start posting your Venmo. I think Venmo would be the same though, wouldn't it? Because you wouldn't be sending it to friends and family. Even then, PayPal takes a cut. Bastards. Whoa, that's not right.
War? No. This is a field test.
Who needs the first SUV? By the way, if anyone wants to play team games, you can just join the ZombieGrub channel in NA.
I've been clear.
I'll just
about
play with
where you
randos
can't.
until then.
You haven't got the minerals for that.
Who won? Hero won.
SCV ready. Go ahead. What's going on?
Build supply depots. 2 million pounds.
Bandit. Huh? SCV ready.
Am I doing a build order? Am I doing things right? I hope so.
SCV ready. Gotcha. In the rear with
Oh, I didn't get any gases though. This is like an old school
SCV ready.
one racks expand. Back in my day, which doesn't even work anymore really because of the worker change.
Your best
SCV ready.
are lacking.
Go ahead.
But then you know you'd get 2 of these.
Huh?
Fucking rude.
What's going on?
Oh, he's terrible at micro anyway.
You gonna get in the rear with ah! You scared me. In the
Command
rear
center
with the
is
gear.
much improved.
Been waiting.
I'll get him. I got him.
Father, this better be good. Who wants some? Sure thing. SCV ready. Got it. What's going on?
Just the classic 2v2 build.
This better be good.
3 CC.
Huh? SCV ready. Big job. Been waiting.
Put up some supply depots.
Wow. That's fine.
You need to dig up your add-ons prime. Get more minerals. Be industrious. You haven't got the minerals.
SCV ready. What's going on? Huh?
Get more minerals. Be industrious.
I hope they aren't cheesing us.
SCV ready.
That would be unfortunate.
I'll be. Get more minerals. Be industrious. You need to dig up more minerals.
Sure thing.
You haven't got the minerals for that.
SCV ready.
Yeah, just randos right now.
Get more minerals. Be industrious. You need to dig up more minerals. You haven't got the.
SCV ready.
Get more minerals.
We could use some help here.
Oh, of course.
Need to
Of
dig
course
up
they have
more
cannon.
minerals.
Of course they're defending.
Add-on complete.
It was one or the other. If they didn't cheese, they're just gonna go right to carriers. It is known.
Ready to raise some hell. Huh?
An upgraded command center.
SCV ready.
I just wanted to scout.
Bad news. In the rear with the gear.
New add-on ready. Get
SCV ready.
Okay, Barrett.
Been waiting on you.
your add-ons prime.
SCV ready.
You need more energy. Find a solution.
Yes, sir. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Engine screaming.
I don't know. I don't know why.
Call the ball. Inbound.
What? Wait.
New add-on ready.
Confirmed.
Pitch, here's heading right towards my Marines. Calm the fuck down.
Defer that landing.
Call it back.
Oh. What? Seriously?
They're hounding your SCV.
Swarm hosts?
Inbound.
This better be good. Go ahead.
Receiving.
Big jump.
Loud and
Huh? Armed and... SCV ready. I'm in a heap of trouble. SCV ready. Go ahead.
You want to build there?
SCV ready.
Let's see what all Allied forces are under attack. Do what you will.
SCV ready. Sure thing. In the rear with the gear.
Mineral field is out. Claim another.
What's that? Huh? SCV ready.
Invest in a
need
supply
one more
depot
barracks.
quickly.
Who
Build
wants
supply
some?
depots. Too many mouths to feed. Our allies are in a bind. Again. Our finest minds. Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Armed and ready.
The enemy's moved. You add on. Allied base. Not enough. The enemy's confronting our allies' forces. Add-on complete. Your research is complete.
One piece of me, boy. Affirmative. SCV ready. This better be good. Looking for.
Ready for duck.
Your add-on.
Ah! So effective.
Your research is done. Now, show me results.
SCV ready.
Supply depots.
Just get. Been waiting on you. SCV ready. Armed and ready.
Invest in a supply depot. Quickly.
What an odd thing to do in a team game.
Ready.
Right?
Build supply depot.
It's off. I am this, but who wants some? Huh? It's go time. Been waiting on SCV ready. Oh yeah.
Yeah, bitch. Bio's good, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mineral
Ready for dust off.
It's go time. Been waiting on you. This better be good. Who wants some? Let's have a blast.
I was gonna recall.
Ready. You gonna get
That wasn't blinkable. I mean, I thought it was. It's 2 spaces.
this better be good.
call it back.
Who wants some? Gangway coming through. Let's have a blast. Roger that. Been waiting. Ready? This better
All stalkers. No, zealots or anything better. What was that blink? You think he's gonna win?
Our allies' base is besieged.
I guess his name is Blinkin' Death.
Their labor is our backbone.
Armed and ready. Yes, sir.
Upgrade is complete on schedule.
Reporting for action.
Armed and ready.
Is he gonna go for Lunkas?
Just sit. Mineral field is out. Claim it up.
You'll totally win with these swarm hosts.
Ready for dust off.
They aren't something that you can literally just run away from. What are you doing?
I'm in a world of hurt. Kaboom, baby.
I mean, if I was going mech, I'd be scared.
Way coming through. Armed and ready. Been waiting on you.
Oh no, locusts.
Ready for dust off.
GG's. More like Blinkin' Dead. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't have minded that plan, actually, if it was Swarm Host to attack and then, like, Sky Toss. But that didn't work out. That apparently wasn't the plan anyway. Oh. Barrett's ready. Protoss, Protoss, Protoss. You think they're gonna cheese? I feel like they're gonna cheese. I feel like there's a triple cannon rush on the way.
Let's put some conventions
Excuse
on
me.
hold.
Oh. Sorry, Dimitri.
You haven't got the minerals for that.
Barrett, aka the Viking Man.
You need to dig up more minerals.
Whoa, that's not it.
Construct pylons or the Protoss stay home. Warp that inside a power field.
Well, they're not cannon rushing me. I think. Gateway. Triple gateway. Fast expand?
They're threatening the probes.
Of course. He got me.
Don't try warping in there.
Well, I don't know what that guy was doing. But since they didn't cannon rush us, I'm gonna assume it's some other cheese. So like a 3-gate attack with someone else doing DTs and someone else doing carriers.
Warp your forces in somewhere else.
I mean, we didn't. I'm gonna check. Just in case a probe got in.
Build pylons to bring the Protoss in.
Okay.
You haven't got the minerals.
He's got a
for
stalker. Watch out. And a zealot.
I'm here.
Oh, my base.
that. The enemy's get more minerals. Be industrious.
He's just building off of plain gateways. Oh my god, they both are. Oh no. I'm gonna feel bad killing these guys.
You haven't got the minerals for that.
Oh no.
Get more minerals. Be industrious. You haven't got the minerals for that.
I'm here in the shadows.
Get more minerals. Be industrious. You need to dig up more minerals.
You know, it should amaze me that there's still people who play StarCraft 2025 who don't know about
Research
Warpgate.
is done. Now, show me results.
Like, legitimate newbies. It's a nice feeling. Gateway man who doesn't have any proxy gateways and can't get Warpgate. This is why I'm not afraid.
Our allies might lose that base.
He does know how to get charged though, so he must get Warpgate eventually, right?
Our allies let's see what all that research money bought. You'll never be able to warp this. The enemy's moved on an allied base. Allied forces are under attack. Do what you will. Your allies will use backup. They might return the favor.
I got a warp prism. Oh, I did.
Your allies could use backup. They might return the favor. Inadequate Vespine gas.
Intrigue here in the shadows. You require more. State thy bidding.
Yeah. The Vikings went to town.
We
Don't try warping in there. It's a waste of time.
I am the voice of the Alliance. We are one with the shadows. Cold is the void.
Allied forces are under attack. Do what you will.
Oops, no charge yet. Oh well.
Warp your forces in.
That was not a wall.
Your research is
Or
complete.
did I mine out minerals?
For the reckoning. It shall be as you say. We embrace the glory of battle.
Your upgrade is production ready. Place it in. The enemy's confronting our allied forces.
I am here in the shadows. I am cold.
They ain't gonna give up.
My skills. We are one with the shadows.
Nothing but teal now.
We move unseen.
Allied forces are under attack. Do what you will. Mineral access.
Right through the choke. That's right.
Mineral field.
Yes. GG. I feel bad. I feel bad. They didn't ask to be put up against us. Thank you, Drexia, for the 100 bits. You chopped the mule to repair the Viking harass. Ay, ay, ay. Thanks, Grave. Okay, good luck, have fun.
I expect a command performance.
I get in their head with how fast we type. I'm gonna two pool. I'm gonna 12 pool on what looks to be a very long map. Genius.
You haven't got the minerals for that.
Why? Because it's
You
my
need to
birthday and I
dig
can
up
do what I
more
want.
Minerals. Get more minerals. Be industrious.
Should we be worried they're named Easy AI? I don't know. We'll see, I think, very soon if, you know, Easy AI is actually Easy AI.
Resubscription received. Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
Continental visit! Thank you very much for the 41 months. Thank you.
Morphing there is impossible. A queen's here to provide
Hostile forces detected.
Hey, Rowdy.
Be
Defenses.
industrious.
Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone.
You haven't got the minerals for that. You need to dig up more minerals.
I don't think Easy AI expands.
We need more overlords to exert control. Your force is under attack. Take control of the situation.
These sons of guns lied to us. They're not AI.
You haven't got the minerals.
They expanded. The betrayal is big.
Get more minerals. Be industrious. The enemy's confronting our allies' base is besieged.
I helped.
Your allies could use backup.
Low.
They might
You
return
need to
the
dig
favor.
up more minerals.
You haven't got the minerals for that.
You need to dig up more minerals.
Not enough. Our allies might lose that base. Get more minerals. Be industrious.
Hidja. Hidja.
You haven't got the minerals for that. Get more minerals. The queen is ready for her coronation.
You need to dig up more minerals.
Instead of not thinking coherently and logically.
Minerals.
Yeah, you know, I did a surprisingly good job casting. I was kind of tired, but it wasn't that bad, really.
It looks like it's done evolving.
Very high standard of casting.
Get more minerals. You need more energy. Find a solution.
You need to dig up more minerals.
Get more minerals. Be industrious.
We have no idea what they're doing.
Spawn and over. You need to dig up more minerals.
The enemy's
Bitches are
begun
mackerel.
hostilities.
They're just honest to God mackerel.
More overlords are necessary.
Armies in the skirmish.
My poor queen. My poor overlord.
Be pragmatic.
Thanks, Mike. Uh-oh. Refocus, refocus, refocus.
Allies are in a bind. You're again.
Goodbye, third base.
Enemy not enough energy. Start be pragmatic. We're under attack. Not looking for allied forces are under attack. Do what you will. That real estate's reserved.
Viking. Of course, they've been dropping all over the place. It's not gonna be very fun defending these bases.
Your allies could use backup. They might return the favor.
You need more.
The enemy's begun hostilities.
Spawn and over. Or keep fixing.
We need more overlords. The enemy's moved on an allied.
Oh no! Rip.
Our allies' base is besieged.
Nice last second save. We did lose the Vikings.
Mineral patch has been stripped. Take control of the situation. You need more energy. Find a solution. You're low. Get more minerals. Be industrious.
course, I'd have a big raid as I'm playing Zergs, and all. Even more people are confident that I actually play it. I don't. Zerg is my least favorite.
Find a solution. Our allies are in a bind. Evolution complete. Mineral field is out. Claim another. The Allied forces are under attack. Base. Do what you will. You haven't got
much
the
I can
minerals
help.
for that.
Yeah, he's
Dig
fine.
up more minerals. The enemy's confronting our Allied Queen has emerged.
Well, you know, they knew how to do a 2-on-1. Sorry, roaches. Definitely pushed you into the crucifiles, my bad.
Get more minerals. Be industrious. Mineral field is depleted.
No medevacs.
Queen is here to
Oh well, I guess we have been killing them.
our armies in a skirmish. You need to dig up more minerals. Get more minerals. Be industrious. You're low on energy. You need to dig up more minerals. A queen's here. Our allies might lose that base. Your allies could use backup. They might return the favor. Your creep tumors in peril. You need to dig up. You need more energy.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some help. That is 3 armies. God. They weren't paying attention.
My condolences. Our allies are in a bind. Get more minerals. Be industrious. Allied forces are at the enemy has begun hostilities.
I don't think we're dead, but whoops, sorry, Mike. It's not pretty, that's for sure.
The enemy's confronting our allied forces. Get more minerals. Be industrious. Zerg Queen has emerged. Allied forces are under attack. Hold your Zerg unit. Mineral field is depleted. I hope you aren't just sitting.
Oh, I was given control. Oh, shit.
You don't have nearly
I don't know when that
enough
happened. I did not
recipe.
notice it. Oh. Well, that's probably not going to work now.
Your allies could use backup. They might participate in Zerg evolution. Mineral field is out. Enemy raid on our forces. The enemy's moved on an allied base.
Ah!
Armies in a skirmish. Again. They're attacking
Fortunately, lurkers can be quite cost efficient.
Control of the situation. Our allies' base is besieged. Mineral field is depleted. I hope you aren't just sitting on them. The enemy's moved on an allied base. Vespine gap. Our allies hitting your base. Bring you trap. Use with your alarms detector.
No way.
Our allies' base will be back.
Thank you.
They might return the favor. Your Vespine reserves are lacking. The enemy's moved on an allied base.
Well, both my teammates are going mech, so I don't think they're gonna have a lot of gas.
Our allies are in a bind. Again. The enemy's confronting our allies' forces. Mineral patch has been strip mined. It looks like it's done evolving.
You know, I feel like this has been hotkeyd a billion times. Damn it.
Mineral patch has been strip mined. Allied forces are under attack. Allies might lose that base.
How do Zerg?
The enemy's confronting our allies' forces. Enemy has ambushed our drones. Our allies' base is besieged. You need more Vespine. Your allies could use backup. They might return the enemy's moved on an allied base.
Can you guys just not hold at all without me? Fuck. I was hoping they could. Oh my god.
Mineral field.
Okay, they barely could, actually. I am not a Zerg player. I cannot, or Terran player. I cannot stand.
Our base.
I am an idiot.
The enemy's begun hostilities. A fascinating moment in Zerg. Mineral patches. Our allies' base is under attack. Allied forces are under attack.
Fuck!
Our army's in skirmish. The enemy's moved on an allied base.
Oh, that's not friendly. That's not friendly. That's not friendly. That's not friendly. Fuck.
Your allies could use
This is
backup.
annoying, man.
They might return the favor. The enemy's begun a Vespine geyser. Move on.
Why would anyone play this godforsaken race?
Mutation is complete. Just look. Mineral field is out. They're hitting your base. Force is under attack. Take control of the situation. Our allies might lose that base.
Of course, with the range.
The enemy's confronting our allied forces. Our allies' base is besieged.
You need to get the pressure on them
Our
somehow, man.
allies are in a bind.
I mean, I think it's already too late, but...
Allies would want to load that there. Do what you
Maybe
will.
not. Maybe yes.
Enemy raid on our allies are in a bind. Again. Your force is under attack. Take control of the situation. Mineral field is depleted.
Oh yeah, we've lost.
The enemy's
They were much better than their AI said. That's not fair. Aaron Diamond. Why no alcohol? Did I change my diet, or is there a medical reason? Kind of, I guess. Both. We might do cat treats at the end of the stream if you remind me.
War? No. This is a field test. You haven't got the minerals for that.
I'm gonna rematch against those guys. Playing a race that I'm, decent at.
You need to dig up more minerals. You haven't got the minerals for that.
Resubscription received.
Arna Bajorns, hey man.
Right, Captain.
Glad you could come in. Hope you're doing alright. Thanks for the 42 months.
Resubscription
Colossus
received.
equals instant win.
Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
I mean, last game there was no Protoss. But if I did play Protoss against those guys, I might go Colossus. Thank you.
You'll get more minerals. Be industrious. At least salvage their parts.
I thought I had shift-clicked it around the natural bases. I don't know what it was doing in there.
Your allies could use backup.
Uh-oh.
They might return the favor. You'll need more pylons for that. Allied forces are under attack. Do what you will.
Subscription
Only one of them went
received.
for full first.
Engine still
Still enough to screw us up. Scout Sea Justice, the tier 3. 41 months. Thank you very much. Oh, thank Night Croza. Whoops, totally forgot. This is not a good build order.
You need to dig up more minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Good thing they don't know about this base? Question mark. Not sure how that's possible, but okay.
Give us
They
your
forgot to look. Andy Figueroa.
Probes are being attacked.
Figueroa. Thank you for the 1,000 bits.
Najakar.
The enemy's moved on an allied base.
Glory
Yeah.
to the Daylong.
I do
Let
need to
none
escape.
deter. Iron,
You need to dig up more minerals.
it shall
Thank you. Where the freak did you go?
Get more minerals. Be industrious.
Such a long distance from my probes to go.
We serve with pride.
Your research is complete.
Can take a third Nexus without having any idea as to what they're doing. This is gonna be great.
Warp your forces in somewhere else.
Where's that gas?
Get more minerals. Be industrious. You haven't got the. Let's see what all
Greed.
that research
Greed.
money bought.
Greed. Okay. Probably check to see what technology they're doing. Oh, we got Lunkas. We got Lunkas.
The enemy's allies' base is besieged. Forces.
Oh, and Mutas. Mutas. Andy Figueroa. Thank you for the 5 subs.
Allies are in a bind. Again.
I'm on my way.
That base.
Intriguing.
Nope. Our allies' base is that inside of our base. They might return the favor.
Very wise. You require my skills.
You'll never be able to warp there.
For
You're unique.
I am here in the shadows.
I didn't plan on getting Archons, but I guess it would be a good idea.
Warp your forces in somewhere else. Mineral field is depleted.
I have all the detection. Those damn mutas will never surprise me.
Don't try warping it.
I'm here in the shadows.
They're getting away with a lot.
You need to dig up more minerals. Our finest mines have been upgraded.
The mutas are not very active, though, are they?
Give us your command.
Resubscription received. Apparently you are doing something
Get more
right,
minerals.
Captain.
Be industrious.
For a second, I thought that wasn't us. Wake Yatch, thank you for the 8 months.
I am the state thy bidding.
Allied best beams are under attack. Are left.
Oh, that. Yeah, okay. I thought I once again targeted the wrong one, so.
Claim another.
No, I should target that.
Let our enemy know our fury.
This 1 billion times. Yikes. They had some stuff. They had some stuff.
Research is done.
2-2, baby!
You haven't got
Sorry, Zealots.
mineral field is out. Claim another. You're low on energy. Inadequate Vespine gas.
No! No! Oh, it's them. Okay, we're fine. Scotsy Justice, thank you very much for the 300 bits. Where are my teammates? Well, the first push, they lost a lot of their units.
I am here in the shadows.
I'm not gonna let you get to a good number in battlefields. Sorry. Some of you may die. But there wasn't much I could do about it.
Have nearly enough Vespine. Place it in a power. Your allies could use backup. They might return the favor.
We are light of the shadows.
Don't try warping in there. It's a waste of
I'm coming. Oh no, I'm coming. I'm helping.
time. Confronting our allies' forces. Mineral patches and strip mine. Not enough energy. Turn around.
Oh, your lurkers are a little bit late. So sad.
Mineral patches.
Let our enemy know our fury. Thus, I
Yeah, I did remake a War Prism. I don't know where I routed it to.
Un Orakai Atu.
There you are.
We shall stand against the darkness. Thus I say.
Allied forces are under attack. You're low on what you will. A mineral field is depleted. I hope you aren't just sitting on them.
What? I never got charged? Why did no one tell me? I thought I did.
Your allies could use backup.
That looks very awkward now.
They might return the favor.
We are Un Orakai Atu. Our minds are. We shall stand against thy power.
Don't fuck, where's my observer?
Seek and light you. We shall stand
The
against
enemy's
the
confronting
darkness.
our allies' forces.
Thy charm, steep our mind.
Mineral field is out. Claim another.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Oh my god. Fucking lurkers.
Thus I serve. My charge. We
Our final
Hassan.
mineral field is out.
Who needs storms?
field. Your research. Mineral patch
These
has
guys
been
will not give up, man. Nice.
You need more energy. Allied forces are under attack. Do what you will.
Clearly not enough gateways.
Warp your forces in somewhere else. Allies could use backup. They might reach not enough energy. Start rationing. Mineral patch has been stripped back.
Oh my god. So many missile turrets. They made a mistake. They made a mistake. GG's.
Targeting our allies' forces.
Just a good old macro game. Somebody backseat now? No! Alright, I'm gonna BRB and get turnt again. Because I'm clearly too sober. So BRB. Okay. All right. Good night, Barrett. All right, Mike. 2 more games. The one downside, Colorado, is that it is very windy. Like, there's more sunlight, which is nice, but it is way windier. Whew. Toothbrush.
Let's put some conventions on hold. You need to dig up more minerals.
It's a mirror matchup.
You
Try
haven't
and
got
wall.
the minerals for that.
I don't know how to wall this, but we're gonna try. Seems simple enough. Almost too simple. Thank you.
They're threatening the probes.
Oh, I got it.
You'll never be able to warp. Sounds like your probes are being
Whoops.
attacked.
And I knew they were going to do that too. Totally meant to just control it before I got to the mineral line, but multitasking is not my strong suit right now. Nope.
You haven't got the minerals.
What a username? Why? What is it? Rupture. Oh, the guy in Twitch chat. I thought you were talking about our opponents. Well, when you have a fetish.
Warp your forces in somewhere else.
They just need an overfilled basketball. Yeah.
I am here.
See if they got anything. Thought I was just, annoying crickets.
Get more minerals. Be industrious.
State thy bidding.
You need to dig up more.
Here in the shadows.
Ugh. Microing.
For the cold is the void. Let our enemy know our fury. It shall be as you say.
StarCraft's such a hard game.
Heart of darkness.
Got him.
We are one with the
Let's see what all that research money bought.
I am here in the shadows. Very well.
Wow, crap. I thought that was a robo building.
Your power fields
Up.
Don't try warping in there. It's a waste of time.
Went 3 gateways. Accidentally. 3 gateways and no robo.
We are one with the shadows.
Reef's done. Now, show me results.
I am here in the shadows.
They got a tank. Noted.
I am here in the shadows.
They always have tanks. I had those guys that beat us. They were all about the bio.
I am the
You'll never be able to warp there.
We are one. I am the voice of the eclipse. Cold is the void.
Get more minerals. Be industrious. You haven't got the minerals left.
You require my skills.
The enemy's begun hostility.
Mech! I can't believe it.
For the reckoning. We
Let's see what all that
Yikes.
research money bought.
Does he have a scan? Does he have a scan? Does he have a scan?
Warp that inside a power field.
He did it. Sucker.
I am here in the
Oh,
shadows.
shit. He wasn't looking.
I am the voice of the let our enemies know our fury. The sight. It shall be.
I still kind of isn't. So, okay.
Let our enemies
Oh, he didn't move. Gonna have to move those tanks eventually. Right? Oh my god. I'm winning because I have the cooler skin.
Mineral.
Tall dream.
Place it in a power field. You need to dig up.
Thor? Is this Fear Dragon?
Mineral field is out. Claim up.
Am I winning, son? I think I'm. I might be. I might be winning 1v2. A little bit.
we embrace the glory of battle.
Nope. Oh, how long has that been the case?
You'll never be. Our allies are in a bind. A mineral field is depleted.
Cold is the void.
You need more Vespine.
I am here in the shadows. Let our enemy know.
Your upgrade.
Let our enemy know. Command.
Might need help on this attack. Or they don't attack me at all and I'm fine. Haha, haha.
Mineral field is out.
Wanted to lose you off. Thanks.
Power fields aren't covering that position. A mineral. They're hitting your base.
I don't suppose Mike has anything.
Mineral patch has been stripped mined. Allied forces are under attack. Mineral field is out.
Building up my immortal count. The lone survivors.
Our allies
Oh
are
wait,
in
no,
a
everyone,
bind.
almost everyone's survived. Just
Again.
kidding.
I return to serve.
Don't try warping in.
Okay, well that was their one push.
Your probes are in danger. At least you haven't gone far. You'll never be able to warp.
Justice. I return to serve.
Warp back in.
I return to serve.
Oh, took a hidden base. Hey, look at that.
Get more minerals. Be industrious.
From the shadows.
You attack something else.
The enemy's confronting our allies' forces.
I bask in the twilight.
Got a missile turret here?
I will comply.
Nope.
Battle. But a phantom.
Your allies could use backup. They might return the favor.
You can get a lot out of
Hostile
them.
forces
Two bases, huh?
arming raid defenses.
Thank you, Skya, for the raid. Rip and tear and rip and tear.
Allied forces are under attack. Do what you will.
GG.
Our allies are in a bind. Again. It's all
Whoop, 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 whoop. Ready for the new Doom? I actually don't play Doom. Oh, happy birthday to... Ugh. All the greatest people. I know. I know from watching, you know, people play Doom. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Maynard will play the new one.
Resubscription received. Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
Yogier, thank you for the 79 months. One more game. Ah, not the Zerg.
I expect a command.
I'm no good with the Zerg.
Get minerals. Be industrious.
Credits received.
Are they from down
Thank you
under,
for
or
your
they just watch a lot of
monetary support.
Roddy stream? Oriental Habit, thank you very much for the $25 gift. Wait, no. Just play like Cyril? Yeah. Yeah. I'm still trying to play like Maru with Terran, so I don't know if that's gonna happen that quickly.
You haven't got the minerals for that. Get more minerals. Be industrious. You haven't got the minerals for that. You need to dig up more minerals.
I assume the SCV is on the up and up. Is it Terran and Protoss? As long as it's not a cannon rush.
We need more overlords to get more minerals. Be industrious.
Where the hell is that sound coming from? Whoop, 2 gateways.
Our army's in a skirmish. You need more energy. Find a solution. You haven't got the minerals
no.
for that.
They're on the way.
You need to dig up more minerals. You haven't got the minerals for
Thank
that.
you.
You're low on energy. Enemy raid on our forces. Be pragmatic. More overlords are.
Terra
Not
might be on
enough
2
energy.
base.
Start rationing. You need more. Zerg Queen, you need to dig.
Stupid giant sea monster on this map
Not enough energy.
scares you.
You're low on energy. Not enough. Your allies could use backup.
Uh-oh.
They might return the favor.
Oh, it was just, okay. Oh, oh, that was weird.
Your
That's a
enemy
weird
raid
hit
on our
squad.
Forces. Be pragmatic. You need more. Find a solution. Get more minerals. Be industrious. You're low on energy. Our army's in the storm. You need to dig up more. You need more energy. Find a solution.
All the overlords. Oop.
That'll work if you plumb it on a pile of creep. Not enough energy. Start rationing. Your force is under attack. Take control of the situation. It looks like it's done evolving.
Just 2 hellions?
That real estate's reserved. The mineral field is depleted. No, set it down on creep. The enemy's begun hostilities. Our army's in a struggle. Not enough energy. Start rationing. You need more energy. Solution. Your Vespine reserve. Not enough energy. Start rationing.
You can go kill him with just the roach push. That'd be
Mineral
nice.
field is out. Your force is under attack. Take control. The enemy's confronting our allied forces. An overlord. The enemy raid on our forces. Be pragmatic.
Yeah, what am I not exactly what you want
Mineral
against this
patch has been
composition.
strip-mined.
Well, initially they are a surprise.
Morphing there is impossible. Our allies might lose that base. The enemy's begun hostility.
Protoss buddy's got to come back and help him. There he is. It's a lot of corrosive bile to stand in.
Enemy raid on our forces. Be pragmatic. That real estate's reserved.
Whew. Didn't quite win. This is the cinematic song where Kerrigan takes the planet.
There is impossible.
It's fitting.
The queen is that real estate's reserved. A mineral field is depleted. I hope you aren't just sitting. Our army is
Whoa, fuck.
Great tumor under attack. Not looking forward to watching another
That's two big armies. They cannot hold this all by my lonesome.
They're attacking. Mineral field is out. To claim another.
Oh, be careful.
Engaging the drone.
Nice. That's a good trade. I'm coming. I should take good enough trade.
Allies are in a bind.
That was a good trade.
Again. Your force is under attack. Take control of the situation. The enemy's begun confronting our allied forces. You have reached maximum supply. A new mutation. It's one of ours. Your allies could use backup. They might return the favor.
I think we won.
Enemy
They shouldn't have split up.
Evolution complete. Impressive. You need more energy. Find a solution. You're at max supply. Everything's morphing there is impossible. Belay that.
Oh,
Not enough
such a low
energy.
drone count.
Start rationing.
That was a gold base?
You're low on energy. Belay that order. Creep tumor under attack. Not looking forward to watching another one. The enemy's begun hostility.
Stupid gremlins.
Why would you even want to morph that there?
Didn't even get drilling claws yet. Boom.
Mineral field aiming a maximum supply.
Not willing to give up yet, huh?
More energy.
Oh, this player's pretty good.
Solution. That realistic. Allied forces are under attack. Do what you will. You have reached the maximum supply.
I can get both bases. Nope. GG's. Still got it. Am I offering to do a Karrakin cosplay? No. I don't know how good that would be. Alright, GG's. Yeah, well, I still don't, I don't feel great about it. Just doing placement matches. Good night, Mike. Oof. I'm tired. A win is a win. I beat this child in foosball, but a win is a win. Scoutsy Justice, 2,200 bits. Thank you very much. I wonder why. Yeah. I don't actually usually get low FPS on larger armies, but I think my computer needs to be cleaned or something. Because, yeah, I've definitely been getting lag more often in the last, couple of weeks. When did it start? Yeah, I noticed it for the Basilisk. But before that, I don't think it was that bad. Good night. Well, what shall I do? Yeah. I'm gonna blame Windows. It's always Windows' fault. I think I'm gonna go take a nap. That's what I think. Good old 5-hour stream. Very generous people. Thank you for making my birthday nice. Appreciate it. Be back Wednesday. And celebrate like you're 21. Well, the way I celebrated when I was 21, I think I had a birthday party with my closest friends. And it might have had a princess cake. Not making fun of 21-year-olds. I mean, legitimately. I had a princess party. And I didn't drink at all. We didn't drink. Didn't have my first shot until a couple days after, and I was hanging out with my aunts. And then they gave me a Jell-O shot. And then I didn't actually get drunk until a whole year later. Exactly, nothing wrong with being a princess. No, it was a late starter when it came to the whole drinking thing. Very late. Because even, I got drunk, but not, crazy drunk. when I was 22. Oh, of course, first person, yeah. But you know, I wasn't the first person to turn 21 in my friend group. We just weren't. We were the type of people who are like, we don't need alcohol to have fun, you know. We were a bunch of dweebs, is what I'm saying.
Credits received.
Yeah,
Thank you for
passing
your
out in a
monetary
yard in the middle of
support.
June would give you bug bites.
First beer is on me.
Oh, Gauntlet Wizard, thank you very much for the $10. First beer is on you. First beer at Colaris' wedding. Because I already went to whiskey. So. No one needs alcohol to have fun, but it sure helps. It does. It does. Called a social lubricant, you know? Liquid courage. So on and so forth. Thank you, everyone, for the donations today. Oh, someone did redeem cat treats. So we could do that for the end of stream. I don't know where the rest of the cats are. Kitties. Cat treats. Ziggy. Apollo. Wicket. Little Wicket. Oops, sorry. Little Wicket. Stepped on his toesy. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me with the claws. Ay, ay, ay. The claws! Oh my god. Okay. Ow. It really does hurt, Dimitri. It really, really does. Ziggy. Ziggy. Wicket. Yeah, Dimitri is just, unaware. No one taught him better when he was a kitten. Hi, Wicket. Wicket, are you gonna have some? Okay, now shift. Hey! Ah! Out, little bastard. Dimitri. I'm gonna give you less. Last little bit. Off. And Ziggy missed all of it. Poor Zigster. Yeah. Well, he chose the wrong time to go upstairs. What can we say? That'll be the end of the stream, guys. Thanks for celebrating my birthday with me. Hope you have a good Monday, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.